can't wait for you guys to tell me that the buffering is wrecking the stream. I can't wait for it. Unless it's not wrecking the stream, in which case then stream is going perfectly because we fixed the internet. At least I hope so. At least I hope. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's the Bad Broads Club. But it's the Golden Girls. Hey, Asian Invasion. Welcome back, my man. Hi. There's so much light coming out. It's very sunny. It's like super duper like crazy beautiful sunny outside. It's really nice, but super cold. Like it's like chilly. Yeah, it's cold out. Yay, we got the internet to work perfectly. It does. It seemed kind of suspicious. So on New Year's we tried to do a stream and we were getting buffering, like a lot of buffering. My upload speed. Oh, welcome back, Dexter, and welcome back. What are you doing? Welcome, friends. That's 7 months and 9 months respectively. Hold on a second. I have socks, but like, do I want to wear these socks? I think I do. So you know that it's very, very cold when the sun is out. This is true. But also, the cold weather can sometimes fuck with the internet, and that's what I thought was happening. Like, I thought that the cold weather and like the snow and everything that we had gotten had like fucked the internet hard, and maybe that's what the problem was. Like, I knew that my modem died, and that sucks. So I got a new modem, but then the internet still was not running smoothly. So I was like, okay, maybe it's not the modem's fault, but like maybe it's not just the modem's fault, I guess. What's up, Abdullah? Weather can affect all the cables that we use to like use the phone and the internet and send faxes. All of that is buried underground in Canada. All of it is buried deep under the earth. And so if you want to have like a really, really good internet connection, you have to sort of pray and hope that the wires that were buried under the ground were of a good quality and are well insulated and they're not going to be affected by anything around them, but that's not always guaranteed. But I called my internet service provider yesterday, actually, and they were like, we'll get back to you within 24 hours. And then they called me today, like 15 minutes before stream, and they were like, oh, hey, yeah, let me look at your profile. Here, I'll say the words that they said exactly to me, and maybe you'll understand them. They said, we're going to take a look at your profile. The man on the phone, whose name was Steven. Yo, shout out to Stevens in the chat. He said that there was room for what I was paying for them to increase it. He's like, there's room for us to increase it, so I'm going to increase it. Give me one moment. And I was like, okay, for sure, yeah, absolutely, I'll give you a moment. And I'm there, like, blow drying my hair and, like, making tea and, like, playing with my dog, hopefully while he's not listening to me. You know, sometimes they put you on hold, but they can still hear you. They're still recording. And then he was like, I'm going to turn off your internet, and I'm going to turn it back on again. And he did that, and all of a sudden, my download speed went from about 14 megabits per second to like 50 megabits per second, and then it slid back down again and like settled at 13 megabits per second. And I was like, whoa, for a second there, the download speed was super duper high, and now the upload speed isn't even working. And he on the phone was like, yeah, sorry, it got disconnected again. But he's like, just give it a chance to like sort of settle down and reconnect and then give it a try again. And I did, and yeah, what do you mean room? Why was it decreased in the first place? Steve conquered the internet. I was just like, I don't understand how they do these things. I don't understand what buttons they push. Me with 8 megabits per second. Good for you. Well, now my download speed is like around 45, 48 megabits per second, and my upload speed is about 10 megabits per second. So that's like not the worst, probably not the best either. Oh, Big Cream, please. I know, my friends have been showing me, like some of my friends who even live in Toronto show me, and they're like, oh, I have like 350 megabits download and like 2,009 million upload. My internet's so fast it actually breaks the space-time continuum. And I'm like, what the fuck? It sounds like I just need a refresh in total connection or something. I get like 50 megabits, so like 6 megabit, like 50 and 6. I remember leaving my new laptop on a download and it fell asleep. I turned it back on, the download shot up a whole gigabyte for a second. Whew. I'm just glad you're saying megabits, not megabytes. It's megabits, it's not megabytes, but I had to look that up because I was saying megabytes a second, or like last week instead of megabits. Just little bits. Oh, what? I was gonna say 300 megabits is pretty standard in my area. Yes, yeah, exactly. V's internet actually comes from a black hole. Okay, but here's the thing. The possibility of our entire universe existing in the two-dimensional space on the outer surface of a black hole that we simply perceive as being three-dimensional existence is pretty high. So you're joking about my internet coming out of a black hole, but maybe it all does. Oh, sorry, 6 megabits. Oh no, 6M, oh, capital B is megabytes, which translates into like 50 megabits. Oh, okay, sorry, I didn't notice the lowercase and the uppercase switch. Of course, yeah, lowercase MB, megabits, uppercase MB, yeah. The capital B is bytes, lowercase is bits, yeah. In Scotland, we get 10 megabits per second. 1 megabyte equals 8 megabits. It is a bit confusing that they have mega before both of them. What does the like unit mega cover? It's too early in 2022 to fathom that. I've been thinking about this forever. There are bits and there are bytes. But what does the mega, like, what is the... Oh, the mega is 10 to the power of 6 or 1,000? That said 1024. Mega means a million? Okay, but then what's the cardinality of infinite sets? And how does that fit in? I missed your New Year's stream. Will it be uploaded? No, unfortunately, the New Year's Eve stream wasn't even like a New Year's Eve stream. It was like 1 megabyte is 1,024 bits. So a mega is a million. I understand. Byte is the smallest measurement, kilobyte being 1,000 and so on. Mega is bigger than large but smaller than epic. Okay, that's kind of getting closer to what I was asking. I guess just that, like... No, I don't really know how to describe this. That, like, usually with measurements... It goes from, like, mega to giga. So I guess I'm trying to, like, think... Yeah, sorry, the pup's around. I guess I'm just trying to think about this, like, 1 kilometer is obviously 1,000 meters. 1 kilogram is obviously 1,000 grams. But, like, 1 megabyte is 1,024 megabits. And so it's strange, I guess, that the byte and the bit is what denotes the actual size, and the mega is just sort of like a placeholder for the unit of measurement that we're using. Does that make sense? Or does that make sense why it's confusing to me? Microsoft decided to show bytes instead of bits really made it confusing for people. They teach us this in year 3 electrical engineering, so don't worry about it. Welcome back, Elle. Welcome. Thanks, Bill Gates. 1 megabyte equals 1,000 kilobytes. You silly puppy. Happy New Year's, all. Happy New Year's, everybody. Yay, Happy New Year's. Okay, wait. No. 1 kilobyte is 1,024 kilobits? Wait, that doesn't... I don't know if that makes sense either. A nibble is 4 bytes. No, a nibble is 4 bits, and a byte is 8 bits. It goes byte, kilobyte, megabyte, gigabyte, terabyte, petabyte, exabyte, zettabyte, yottabyte, and each one is 1,000 of the previous ones. Bill Gates invented the internet, or so he says. Sorry, I had confusion as well. 1 byte is 8 bits. A mega, kilo, just all those things. Oh, Mulan, welcome, Mulan. Thank you. You're on the... Yeah, thank you. Hey, that's very sweet of you, my dude. I'm happy that you are here to hang out and spend time with me. So yeah, this stuff is confusing, and I guess for the people who are very technically savvy in chat, when things go wrong with your computer, does it make you feel more competent and more in control that you know the basic bits and the bobs of coming and going and how they work? Or does it make you feel extra useless when you still have to call and get them to do work on the other side? See, that exactly, easy. That's what I was wondering. I'm like, so you guys know these things. Does that make you feel better about like the things that are broken? Or does it make you feel much worse when things go wrong and you're like, fuck, I could have fixed this up until a point? I'm not actually like I'm not technologically savvy at all, truly not. It doesn't like particularly interest me, but I am more technologically savvy than like I would say like a regular layperson who doesn't actually use the internet every day in the same way that I do. So like there are things that I know how to do. Like when I was going through all of this fucking jazz with my internet service provider, they were like, "Okay, we're going to get you to open up the menu of the modem. So can you type in your browser, type into your browser 1 not I was like, oh, I know how to get into my modem. That's fine. Like I know how to do that. That's not a problem. It's like automatically in there, and you just like you type in like 192 and then it fills it in automatically basically. So I was like, I know that stuff. Like I'm not so, but they were so patient with me. But there's so much stuff that I'm like, I have literally no fucking idea. Some things you can't fix on your end though. Sometimes you just have to ask for help all the time. Yes, absolutely. Knowing how to count doesn't mean someone knows computer internals. Oh, well, yeah, I don't even know how to count. I'm enumerate. I never call. I fix it myself. When it's broken on their side, I have to convince them that I know what's wrong, and then they have to listen to how to fix it. I'm great at writing. I'm an IT professional. Please skip the basics emails. Oh, yeah, exactly. Extra useless when I have to call a level 1 tech support schmuck because my internet service provider is having issues, and I try to explain that OBS is calling BS on their speed. It's very individual about how you feel about your experiences. It's a very cute fit for today. Oh, thank you. We're no repping the Golden Girls stuff because New Year's Eve, oh my god, I took a nap because I was like, you're gonna stay up late tonight, so you might as well like sleep during the day so that you can be like energized for stream that night. And I woke up from my nap and I whipped open Reddit, and of course the first and only thing that I saw was just that Betty White had passed. She was 99. Her birthday is this week. Like her birthday's in the first week of January. So like people were writing articles about her making it to 100 years old. Oh, her birthday's on the 17th. Sorry, it's not this week. It's in the next couple weeks. No, Dashing. Her birthday still is the 17th. I don't think that day stops being her birthday, but I understand the like tense change to accommodate her passing. There's always someone who knows something you don't know about something. We accept that, we find more confidence. I loved that. I loved figuring that out as like a teenager basically, where I was like, however much you know, there's always someone who's going to know more. I remember my mom telling me that, and I got so mad at her. She was like, I don't know, I was like making macaroni art or something. And I was like, Mama, is this the best macaroni art you've ever seen? And she was like, it is the best macaroni art I've ever seen. And I asked her, is it the best macaroni art in the entire world? And she was like, no, it's not. It is amateurish and childish because that's what you are. And there will always be people who are better than you. And I was so shocked as a kid. I was I was like, what the fuck? Why are you talking to me like this? Why don't you just lie to me and tell me I'm the greatest in the whole wide world? And my mom was like, I'm not gonna lie to you. I literally will never lie to you. There's knowns and unknowns, and then there's unknown knowns. Wait, I want to read this guy's joke because it is super funny. And thank you also, Skronks. Thank you for resubscribing. I'm so happy that you're here. There are 10 types of people in the world. Those who understand bites and those who don't. Soul! Welcome back, Soul the Pedant. I make the best mac. Your mom just doesn't know it. Oh my gosh, really? I mean, maybe she did know and she was talking about you that whole time and she didn't want me to get a big, overinflated sense of ego because you existed. And then here you are on Twitch. Thanks, Mom. Oh my god. She doesn't give a fuck. I told her for like a year before I started streaming. I was like, I think I'm going to start streaming on Twitch. I want to do that. And she was like, okay, go for it. Enjoy yourself. Literally do whatever you want to do. When I told her I wanted to go to theater school, she was like, okay, for sure. Yeah, enjoy yourself. Do whatever you want to do. I think the only thing that my mom would say, no, you shouldn't do that or you can't do that, I think it would have been getting married. Hey, puppy. Oh, you brought me your toy to play fetch. Okay, go get it. Oh, there's fluffs on that. I just think that if I was like, I want to get married to this guy, she would have been like, no. It doesn't even matter. Like, if I'd been dating him for 7 years, and I was like, I want to marry this guy, she would have been like, no. That seems like wow, that seems like a big fucking commitment that maybe you're not ready for. No marriage. She was just like, my mom and my dad got married when they were young because that was what they were supposed to do. They'd been dating for a long time. They were getting older. And I mean, both of them have talked to me individually about the social pressure to get married. And they were like, we got married because it was expected of us to get married and to start having children. And this is called a sociosexual script. And it's something that not a lot of people have heard of, but that's really scary because the sociosexual script seems to determine how people feel pressured to live every single fucking aspect of their lives. Like, I browse Reddit like a crazy person. I browse it all the time. One of my favorite subreddits is Tinder. Like, I love looking at people's Tinder exchanges on Reddit, because the sociosexual script is playing out right there. Do you know how we're socially conditioned to believe that women want to date tall, big-dicked, wealthy men? That's part of the sociosexual script. Men want to date big-breasted, little-waisted goth girls, and that's part of the sociosexual script. It changes, it becomes different things, but it also sort of stays really, really the same. My mom was so heartbroken when I gave her a number 2 mom mug. I just wanted to be honest that number 1 was, statistically impossible. And she brought us to you, so we appreciate that script. Yep, it's not living, but rather algorithmic view of how life should be lived. My comment was just one line. I'm so confused. It's okay, B. Danny. The sociosexual script. Just don't get married if you don't want to. That's totally fine. You can definitely say things like, well, just don't get married if you don't want to. But the problem with that is that every person in your life is going to continuously be asking you, so who are you dating? Who are you seeing? How long have you been seeing them for? So when are you popping the question? Like, of course, it's very easy just to be like, well, just don't get married if you don't want to get married. That's super duper fine and easy. It's like not watching The Mandalorian. Of course, you don't have to watch The Mandalorian. There's like no requirement that says you absolutely have to go and watch The Mandalorian. But if you don't watch The Mandalorian, people are never going to stop asking you, well, why aren't you watching The Mandalorian? Why don't you want to watch The Mandalorian? Why haven't you watched The Mandalorian? Do you not have Disney Plus? Oh, is it because you can't afford Disney Plus? Is that why you're not watching The Mandalorian? Is it because you're poor and all the rest of your life is garbage? Oh my gosh, your life is garbage and you can't even watch The Mandalorian? Wow, everything about you is sad and pathetic. And if you think I'm joking, look at how we treat single people, and especially single men. Yeah. Like, why aren't you dating somebody? Why aren't you out there? Like, why aren't you doing these things? And it's like, well, if you don't want to, people are like, well, you need to give me a really good reason why you don't want to. And just saying that it's your feeling is almost never a good enough reason. It's startling. It's actually true. Because I played Stellaris all weekend and I missed all my shows. Oh, I watched so much of The Wire. But the loneliness and the genitals will make you suffer even if people support your loneliness. Speaking of Mandalorian, I started watching it yesterday, but only like the bounty hunting aspect. Does he keep doing that throughout the show? I never watched The Mandalorian. I never watched it. It's part of life, similar to pimples. We all just deal with it. We all have to get over it. I don't know, Vaseline. Some people don't have pimples. I don't want to because I don't want to. It's just that simple. But nope, you have to now explain why you don't want to. Well, have you tried it before? Have you tried watching it? Well, no, I've never tried watching it. Well, then how do you know that you don't like it if you don't try it? Well, because I understand what I like and what... But no, you still have to. Like, people will just keep coming at you. Of course, the solution to this is that you just never talk to people ever. But unfortunately, humans are hardwired to be social creatures. So we definitely have the desire and the urge. Yeah. Yes, Clint all got you into Stellaris, and now it's your life. That's cool. That's fun. Now I know how all of you guys felt when I wouldn't shut up about Animal Crossing, because I'm like, I don't care about your video games. And I'm glad that you guys are super happy playing it, and it's probably great, and you're having an awesome time. But, that's cool. Those lucky snobs who never get pimples. Some people just don't ever get pimples. It is crazy, yeah. Is it because they want to validate their watching of The Mandalorian? I'm not entirely sure. I think it's very individual why people feel this way. So like, we're using The Mandalorian as like a shortcut to talk about relationships, boyfriends, girlfriends, fiancés, husbands, wives, all these things. Like, we're using The Mandalorian as like a cipher for this. It could be a number of things. It could be that people who have been in relationships and people who have watched The Mandalorian enjoy it so much that it brought peace and happiness to their lives, and they just want you to find peace and happiness in a relationship or in The Mandalorian or what have you. It could be because they want you to be happier. It could be because they want you to have similar life experiences so that you feel more connected. It could just be because they're trying to like humble brag that they have something that you don't have. It's so individual from person to person, but what's strange is that it's universal, yet individual. It's a way to connect on shared experiences. Yes, absolutely. People get defensive when others don't see the value in something they like. Oh my gosh. So this is absolutely, for sure, definitely the main root of it. I think it does have to do with this idea that I like this and we have similar values. So I know that you'll like it if you just try it, even though you can have similar values in like completely different things. But yeah, they do get defensive when others see, and especially if somebody's like, I love The Mandalorian and I love watching it so much and it's one of my favorite shows, and somebody's like, oh, well, I don't care to watch it. They might feel like what they're saying is what you enjoy is a waste of time, even though it's just like, I just don't want to watch The Mandalorian, or I don't want to be in a relationship. The second you are married, the are you having children question takes over, and I just told everyone I was infertile to take the pressure off. I mean, yeah, that's another huge part of it too, where it's like, so you get married and now immediately start having children, and lots of people don't want to have children ever, and that's perfectly acceptable. They want to validate their own Disney Plus. If you want me to validate your Disney Plus, I'll watch all the Bob's Burgers you can give me. I guess you have to rethink the way that we view relationships, but you can't even say those words, because bam, immediately people coming in with their traditions of marriage, the traditions of relationships. Like, you can't even begin to talk about like, well, maybe relationships can be different things, because you're gonna get a huge fucking pushback from people being like, oh, so you want to like just destroy traditional relationships and traditional marriages. That's also an exhausting straw man conversation that's almost inescapable. Not having something in common is a huge roadblock. I'm a mature student. I have nothing in common with all the kids. I had that problem too when I went to college, because I was like about 5 or 6 years older than most of the people in my class, and I didn't feel super connected to a lot of them. What can you do to relieve the pressure? Just ignore or distance yourself? You don't have to explain yourself to anyone, but that can be exhausting. So you have to try to surround yourself with people who don't continuously pressure you for those types of answers. It is about healthy boundaries. So if your parents are constantly asking you, when are you going to bring a girl home? When are you going to bring your girlfriend home? Like, when are you going to bring your partner home? Like, when? You might have to go to your parents and be like, hey parents, I will never bring a partner home or even tell you about the people that I'm dating until you stop asking. And just like your parents taught you things when you were an annoying, irresponsible, impulsive child, your parents will have to learn things like not being annoying and controlling their impulses. Welcome, Rucker. Thank you, Rucker, and welcome. Welcome back to the Blanket Fort. I'm so very glad you're here. And how many 3 months? You get a brand new crown even. You can never relieve the pressure. You just need to deal with it or go on with the offensive and deal with those consequences. You can surround yourself with people who just accept you. Like, just be around people who accept you and don't feel like you need to constantly be giving them answers. And there are those people, yeah. Or don't talk to them for 6 months to punish them. That doesn't work at all. Whoa, thank you, Sean. And hey, Vixie. Vixie said that the thought of being married in your 20s is terrifying now. It's so strange how in exactly one generation, basically, it went from being like, you're not getting married in your 20s? Wow, your life is over, you fucking spinster. To now in our generation being like, you're not married in your 20s, that's a really, really good choice. Or if people get married in their 20s, most of the reaction is, oh no. Oh no, but you're gonna be divorced by the time you're 33. I'm about to tell you guys one of the worst things I have ever thought in my entire life. I had a friend in my early 20s who we like dated for a little bit. It wasn't like exactly perfect or right. Like, I didn't feel great about it. We stopped being friends because I started dating somebody, and he was like, I don't really want to be friends with you while you're dating this guy because I think you guys are wrong for each other. He was right. I was not right for the dude that I'd started dating. But anyways, in the interim, he met a girl. He has a type. He met a girl. Let me describe her to you. She has long brown hair. She has brown eyes. She has like sort of like palish skin. She has a nose that's not necessarily considered like big, but also would not be considered small either. So like a medium large nose. And she's like kind of techie, but not super techie. He has a type. He like definitely has a type. When I was dating him, he showed me a picture of his ex-girlfriend, and I was like, that's me. That's a picture of me. You're just showing me a picture of me. And then his like girl that he dated after me and then subsequently married, I was also like, wow, he just really has a type. She looks Jewish. I am not Jewish, but I look like I could be Jewish. So he married her. They're married. They got married. He ended up texting me before they got married, being like, hey, I am with the person that I am with, and what we're doing together is done. And I was like, we haven't spoken in 2.5 years, so I'm not exactly sure what you're ending, but yeah, dude, enjoy your marriage, enjoy your wedding. I am truly just waiting, like genuinely fingers crossed. I'm like, in the next 3 years, he's gonna divorce her, and he's gonna come back and be like, hey, how's it going? And I'm gonna be like, yeah, I'll be your second wife. Maybe I won't be his second wife, but somehow I always knew I would be his second wife. He didn't text me when he was married. He texted me before he got married. Does he look Jewish exactly? I don't follow. Oh, he is Jewish. Like, he comes from a Jewish family. He traditionally didn't date Jewish women, but, like, I have Jewish heritage in my family. Like, way back in my lineage, there is, like, a touch of Jewishness. Although I'm not at all. Like, I was born and raised very Catholic. I got married at 19 to the love of my life. She was the only girl I've ever been with, and I've been happily married for 11 years. That's perfect. And those stories are important to hear because they happen and they are real. But it's like a beautiful thing that happened to you, not like a regular thing. Okay, so now explain the medium nose thing. I have like a medium-sized nose. Like, I don't have like a little fucking button of a nose, but it's also not so big that I would ever get surgery on it. That's a great idea. When I get married, I'm going to text every ex that we're done. My girl that was 25 years my elder asked me a really crazy question and said, would you still stuff me when I'm married? Nice. I want to be single until I'm elderly. Golden Girls, baby. But I still don't get why you brought that up. You don't understand why when I was describing what this girl looked like, I talked about the size of her nose? Do you not understand why I also brought up the color of her hair and the color of her eyes and the color of her skin? You're really stuck on me describing the size of her nose, eh? Do you want me to describe the size of her eyes and her mouth? They were of average size and therefore not worthy of describing. Do you want me to describe the size of her hands? They were of average size and are therefore not worthy of describing. What size was her nose? Slightly above average. Therefore it is worthy of describing. You really want to turn this into some sort of like crazy racist thing, and it's not going to, don't worry. Some people have what about her belly button size? I mean, yeah, one of my friends got married and divorced in his early 20s. It happens. Lots of people get married and divorced. It happens. You remind me of my mom. She tells like stories with weird details. I assume if you don't mention a body part, then it didn't even exist. This is a far more interesting picture in my head. That's pretty fucking good. It's still good. My pet snake is exactly 3.14 meters long. He's a python. Yay! That's a mighty tankard of tea. I love my tea. I have to know where you got your wicked chair. I got it from Pier 1 Imports, but I don't even know if that store exists in Canada anymore. Rochelle, I'm so happy to be streaming again too. Hi, puppy. Wow, you're so tough. You chomped that snowman right on his little head. I would like to have someone that I can have a peaceful life with. She has no elbows. I mean, Happy New Year's, everyone. What's up, Upright Lion? One of my sisters is nearly 30 and isn't married. I think it's safe to say millennials are rebelling against traditional relationships. V, chat doesn't have object permanence. Keep up. You know this. V's the big bad racist. I can't believe she described a basic body part. V's a big bad racist. It happens, yeah. But no, I mean, that's really the thing. When people are so, what's the word that I'm looking for? I don't necessarily want to call that person radicalized. Like, I don't want to call anybody radicalized because this is obviously not the type of language that you use to communicate with people. You just really, really don't, yeah. But, like, when describing a woman's face, and describing her nose is a racist thing. Even within the context of describing the rest of her. And especially because I was describing that, like, I was like, she looks like me. I was describing me. She looks like me. Hi, pup. Hey, puppy. What's up, Flying Rat Man? I thought I would get a nose job. I actually did. I truly did. I thought I would get a nose job when I was like a teenager. When I was a teenager, I was like, I hate my nose. I'm gonna get a nose job as soon as I can. Nose. No noses, no noses. And then I just like grew into it, I guess, and I was like, I don't really need to change anything, so I think that's fine. Yeah. You feeling shy today, Flying Rat Man? That's okay. I'm still talking to you, even if you don't want to talk back. Have you seen the Parasite anime? Leon Hunter, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. This is your first time subscribing, and you used your Amazon Prime. How much of Parasite did I watch? I think I only watched 7 or 8 episodes. It was good. It was like really good. The animation style was really beautiful. The story was really interesting. The characters were cool. But like, I don't know why. I think I didn't keep watching it. Kind of for the same reason that like, I've been watching The Wire. I have watched almost the entire full first season of The Wire. And we were talking about like values earlier, and so like, why aren't you in a relationship? Why aren't you watching The Mandalorian? The Wire is so good. The Wire is so good. The Wire is probably one of the most like realistic TV shows I've ever watched. Oh God, not Omar. Anyone but Omar. When he came in with a shotgun on his hip and that long ass coat, and he just like cleared out the entire low rises, I was like, this is so fucking scary. And that's the problem that I have with The Wire. It is actually really scary. I watched seasons of American Horror Story and was thrilled and jazzed by them. I watched Stranger Things and I was horrified and spooked and scared for the kids. But I watched The Wire and I'm like, this is not some sort of like fantasy made up TV show that exists in a realm of magic and whimsy, and these are obviously actors who are on a set being told action and cut by a director. The problem that I have with The Wire is that it doesn't feel like a TV show. It just feels like you're actually watching real life. And when the characters die, spoiler alert for season 1, this series has been out for almost over a decade, so I don't really care about it. When Wallace got shot, I actually had a panic attack. 2 decades, you're right. Sorry, it didn't come out in 2012. It came out in 2002. It's 2 decades old, you're right. I actually had a panic attack. I didn't think that he would... I just didn't see that coming. I thought Poot was gonna get shot. They were giving Poot this like really like sweet, emotional, like he was talking to that like sexy girl on the phone. Like things were going well for Poot. He was like seeing like the softness. He's like asking about the fish food and stuff. Like it's cute, it's awesome. You had that fucking fake out moment. Oh my God. Now who will look after Gromit if Wallace is gone? What's up, Opus? How you doing, my man? The Wire is the kind of show where anyone could die. It feels like all of them should, because everyone is bad. Everyone, even the goodest, nicest people, like, oh, McNulty made his kids IKEA furniture, even though he's a raging alcoholic. Well, he's still a good guy, even though he's screaming at his poor ex-wife on the phone, and she's just like, hey, maybe you shouldn't use our kids in active police work. Like, it's insane. Your hair is long now. I really need to get a haircut. It's super duper long now. So The Wire is based, it was written in conjunction with a man who was a police reporter who worked very, very closely with the Baltimore police. So he wrote a really famous book called Homicide, which talks a lot about the type of God, I don't even know, like, I don't know. I just can't. The difficulty that I have with it is that I watch films, I watch movies. They're the same thing. I watch TV shows, I read books, I play video games for the escapism. I love the escapism of it. I love being able to immerse myself in a world that is not my own. Because when I watch these things, when I read them, when I play with them, everything that is created by humans has to be inspired and drawn from somewhere in our world. And that inspiration that they take out of it to create a brand new world that I put myself into does help me reflect on the world that I come from. So like, I'm escaping from my actual real world into the fantasy world that was created by somebody who lives in the real world. So it's not necessarily all like brand new nonsense. Like, it's based on something that somebody experienced somewhere at some time, and there's a realness to it. But sometimes so like TV shows like The Friends. This is how little I like the TV show Friends. I don't care for The Friends. I actually don't care for The Friends. I didn't like The Friends. They're not my friends, so I'm not gonna call them friends. They are The Friends. They're not my friends! Drives me nuts. Just absolutely hate it. Not a fan of it, actually. Sorry, I don't hate it. Seinfeld is kind of better because Seinfeld utilizes a type of magical realism. So, Kramer gets a set of golf clubs. He's like, "Oh, Dried Plum, welcome back. Have a wonderful year. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's a full year. Oh my God. Thank you. Welcome." Kramer gets a set of golf clubs. He goes to the beach. He's terrible at golf. He's absolutely awful at golf. He's hitting golf balls into the ocean without much success. He hits one ball and it goes like way out there. George is dating a woman and he lies to her and says that he's a marine biologist. They're going for a walk on the beach and there's a crowd of people talking about how there's a whale washed up on shore and it needs help. And George has been talking about being a marine biologist the whole time that he's dating this woman. So she's like, "Go save the whale. This is your specialty. You're literally a whale doctor and the whale's right here. Go save it." And so he walks out into the ocean, and then it's a beautiful scene. It really is. It like cuts to them in Monk's restaurant, and it's just George talking about it. He talks about how a big wave puts him on top of the whale, and he's face to face with a blowhole, and he reaches into the blowhole and he pulls it out and he pops out the golf ball that Kramer shot into the ocean. And Kramer obviously got a hole-in-one. It's set in the real world. They don't live in a world where there's like magic whales that come to shore every 6 months under the full moon. George isn't actually like somebody who can power up like they do in anime. Well, I need to be able to like solve this problem, so I'm just gonna get like a big power up, right? Like, that's not, the world is a real world, but there is a type of magic where like Kramer's golf ball fell into the blowhole of that whale, and George just happened to be the one walking down the beach at the time. So like, the sea was angry that day, my friends. Like an old man trying to send back soup in a deli. An iconic line. Like, I'm never gonna hear those words ever again and forget what they're from. Like, it's such an iconic line. The sea was angry that day, my friends. The way he says it, too, it's just fucking incredible. The marine biologist, thank you, Dashing Sian. You can link it in chat as well if anyone wants to watch what I'm talking about. It's incredible. The Seinfeld characters have situational magic. And when I was younger, when I was like a little girl growing up, it was playing on TV, but I didn't like it because it was too based in reality. But I now realize as an adult that it has the situational magic that makes the show so fucking good. definitely a different form of superstition than an anime. Oh no! Oh, good luck with that, baby. It bounced into a box. How do you feel about Curb Your Enthusiasm? It's my younger brother's favorite TV show. It is my little brother's favorite TV show. He watches it all the time. I can't. I absolutely cannot. Like, Seinfeld is usually wrapped up at the end in a nice little package. The characters who are behaving badly are usually punished. Another great episode. George goes to a store. Get it? Go get your toy. George goes to a clothing store where there's a mannequin that looks like Elaine. And he finds this beautiful suit, this fucking awesome suit. Oh my God, incredible, incredible dashing. I mean, the way that he was saying it, it kind of felt like he was ad-libbing it. Like, it didn't seem necessarily super, like, written. Yeah, it does feel, it feels like he was just doing it on the spot. George finds this suit that fits him really well, but it's way too expensive. The woman who works at the store tells him there's a secret sale that'll be happening on Friday. So he cheats, he hides the suit in a different part of the store. He ends up getting the suit and buying it. So like his bad behavior, hiding the suit, sort of like being crummy to another guy who wanted the suit, is punished because the suit makes noises. Like every time he walks, it like swooshes and swooshes and swooshes. And then at the very end, the whole reason he wanted this suit is because he's interviewing to get a job, because he's lost his job at this point and he's living at home with his parents. And the guy who he stole the suit out from underneath from is the cook at the restaurant that he's having his final interview for this job. And he won't eat the pie. He won't eat the pie because he knows that it was served to him by somebody who like has it out for him. Seinfeld is a billion times more quotable than Friends. As is the original The Office or Always Sunny, Big Bang and Friends are laugh track white noise. Just watch Friends with the laugh track and you'll understand why it's so unfunny. The bodysuit episode is a classic. I haven't seen that one. Vince Gilligan is the best story writer. Changed my mind. I don't think I could. I love the episode where George decides not to follow his instincts and ends up getting a job with the Yankees. You're reminding me that I enjoy hearing people talk about why they love things that they love. Thank you. The Soup Nazi might be my favorite. What I really like about Seinfeld is that it came out 30 years ago. Like, it's a very old TV show. But when you watch it today, for the most part, it holds up so well. Which, I mean, TV shows that came out 6 years ago don't even hold up well. One of the best episodes of Seinfeld, the female orgasm episode. The female orgasm is such a fucking, like, cosmopolitan mega... Oh! Whoa, 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 whoa. Hey, you should go in the kitchen because you're barking. No, get in the kitchen. She's chasing the cat in there. Val, in the kitchen. Oh, do you have any recommendations for hiking trails in Canada? All of them are beautiful. I live in one of the most beautiful countries in the world. I fucking love everything about Canada. My recommendations for hiking trails would be, number one, tell several people where you will be hiking and the exact timeline of when you will be leaving for the hike, doing the hike, and then coming back from the hike. Truly, the most dangerous thing that people do when hiking is not tell anybody that they're going hiking, where they're going hiking, and exactly when they are expected to be back. That shit is incredibly fucking dangerous. So, like, tell several people and tell them to check in on you if they haven't heard from you by that time. It is actually terrifying how many people are found dead from hiking mishaps, like a kilometer or two from the trail. Don't ration your water if you become lost. Just drink it when you're thirsty. So many people are found actually dead by rescue services with water, but they get dehydrated, they get disoriented, and then they stop drinking water. And it's like, you should have just drank all that water and then you wouldn't have gotten dehydrated and you would have been able to like make sense of what you should do. Do you speak French or is that an automatic thing in Canadian computers? When I got my keyboard, it asked me, do you want to set your keyboard to American or Canadian? I thought if I set it to Canadian, it would like ooze maple syrup or it would grow a beaver tail, but it just gives me accent aigus. So I probably should have set it to American. The Vivian Trail, 99 steps. Scanlon Creek are a few near us. For Christmas, my mom got my uncle a DVD set of the real life Kramer doing the Seinfeld bus tour he does of NYC. Oh yeah, hello V, looking good as always. What's up, my man? How are you doing today? You can add keyboard languages. When one is thirsty, one is already becoming dehydrated. Set it to American, and then the keyboard will shoot you. Oh. So that'll get me out of having to continue this horrible existence? I can see your belly. You mean like this? Like you can see my like chubby, these are all of the meals that I ate over Christmas body belly? Or do you mean up here? Because this is like, isn't that so funny? I'm like, this is my stomach up here and then this is my belly down here. Isn't that weird? I'm so full of Christmas cheer. I'm very roly and poly and chubby right now. I'm not mad about it. It's keeping me warmer. What does your shirt say? It says Bad Broads Club. I love it. It's got all the Golden Girls on it, and of course, Betty White right in the center. Yeah. You should see my belly. Belly, 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 belly. Ah, welcome, T-Murph. Thank you for 9 months. Welcome back. I thought it was Golden Girls. Oh, it is Golden Girls. It's Golden Girls, but it says Bad Broads Club. Welcome back. Happy New Year. Happy holidays. Happy everything. I kept saying Happy Halloween. I don't know what that's about. Did you finish the Advent calendar? I did finish the Advent calendar. It was as underwhelming as it had been the entire time. Yeah. Because we're Bad Broads. Bad Broads Club. I just think it's so cute that it says Bad Broads Club. It's so funny. Yeah. Do people have belly button fetishes? So I spent most of the weekend hanging out with the guy that I've been dating. I really like him. I really, really like him. But I'm like sort of questioning why he likes me. Which is a bad place to be in. When you're in a relationship, you're like, why do you like me? You know that vertical line in the middle of the stomach? That's a trigger for me. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Oh, no, V, the Turk? Yeah. 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 Anyways, he stuck his finger in my belly button while we were like spooning the other night. And he was just like, your belly button is so tiny. Like your belly button is so little. And I was like, what part of me is big? Like what part of me would you consider to be big? And he was like, your butt? And I was like, that's it. That's the biggest part. Why does he like you? Has he not told you? Yeah, like all the standard things. He's like, you're smart and you're funny and you're sweet and kind. Like he likes those things about me. But like, also, hey, thank you, Benner Couch. Welcome back. For 26 months, I've missed you, my man. It's good to see your username. Those are fine things. Those are like fine and regular things. It's because of your butt and your brain. That's honestly, you know what? That's right. I should just be comfortable with like accepting that. You have to dominate him. I mean, I try to, but he's so much bigger than me. It's your butt brain that he likes very much. So like, he loves The Wire. That's why we're watching The Wire. It's one of his favorite TV shows. He's watched it over and over and over again. But like, we sat and we were watching The Wire and I was just like, I'm having a panic attack because one of the characters got shot. And I was like, this is hard for me to watch. Like, I'm not enjoying it. I like doing things with him. So like, I enjoy spending time with him. And like, I love that he's sharing what he likes with me. But he is Turkish and Iranian. Please stop asking me if he's black. It's so uncomfortable. He's Turkish and Iranian. Please stop asking me if he is black. We're monogamous. I mean, I joke about him having like a wife and a girlfriend that isn't me. You're binging The Wire? Because that's the thing. I'm like, I don't think I can actually like binge this show anymore. I can't watch like episodes on episodes because there's no commercial breaks. There's no distraction from other than just like these awful people are involved in these awful things and nobody's really like at fault. I don't even know. What is his last name if you don't mind me asking? Oh my God, you think I know his last name? Are you kidding me? He puts a black bag over my head every time I go into his house so that I can't figure out where I am. So why is the confusion that he likes you? Have you met yourself? You're a rock star. I mean, I think people ask if he's black because they want to know if you're interested in black people. I love black men. But who I'm dating right now isn't indicative of like who I'm going to date or who I have dated forever and ever and ever. The Wire is so dense to binge watch. Exactly. And then like, I was like feeling panicked about how intense the wire was. And then he started explaining math to me. He has his master's in engineering. Oh no, I'm gonna cry again. This is what the problem is. So he loves math. He wasn't necessarily like naturally gifted at it, but he worked really hard to become good at math and to be good at a high level of math. It's super hot. It is super duper hot. But like, he legitimately spent like a couple hours talking to me about math and trying to explain things about math to me. And I actually just sat on his couch and sobbed, like tears streaming out of my eyes, crying because I was like, I'm sorry, I'm too stupid to understand this. And it's not that you're doing a bad job of explaining it. It's not that the concepts are impossible to understand. My brain just can't do it. And I feel so fucking stupid. And that makes me feel so, what does the word disparate mean? I want to say disparate. Essentially different in kind, not allowing comparison. Yeah. Disparate isn't the right word in this context. Okay, so it's not the right word, but it's the right feeling. Yeah. Inadequate? Yeah. That would be the last date for me. Work is for math. Home is for Seinfeld. What math stuff was he trying to explain? Hey, Alex Case, how's it going? Oh no, I can't even write it out. I don't even have my whiteboard. Not without knocking over a whole bunch of stuff. Good morning, Alex Case. How's it going? Never mind, it is actually. Disparate is the right word. I think disparate is the right word. Like, it made me feel so disparate. Like, just so different from him. Incongruous is another synonym. Yeah, disparate, incongruous, just like, it made me feel a million miles away from him. Like, it just made me feel like he's explaining it to me. And he's like, this isn't that complicated. He's like, you don't stress out. It's not complicated. It's very, very easy. And then he's explaining it to me and I'm like, it's not easy at all. And I feel so fucking stupid. Mostly because the difficulty that I have with math is that there are lots of rules that only work if you know what the rules are. But if you don't know what the rules are, they're not explained or there's not even hints of it. So wait, I guess I can kind of describe the equation that we were looking at and the equation that he was trying to describe to me. It was n over sigma It was n over sigma, which like every time he just like talked about it, I was like, sigma balls. Like n over sigma, and then m to the power of 2 equals p to the power of k, and then underneath the sigma, the m equaled... Don't be hard on yourself, understand the weak points and strong points. That makes you who you are. It's like understand the rules is not so hard, but remembering the rules is hard, yeah. Even understanding math is difficult for me. My brain just needs things to be based in more like practical senses. Summations. And then he was like, well, let's move on to cardinality. Let's learn a little bit about cardinality because that's somehow simpler. And then he was talking about the different, oh my gosh, the different like, the different sizes of infinity. And then I was just like, I feel very stressed out about this. I keep telling him that like seeing all of the numbers and the letters and seeing the math was making me anxious. And he was like, you don't have to be anxious. I'll explain it to you. He put on a YouTube video that was going to explain it, and I actually was kind of following along with the YouTube video, but then he turned it off because he said that it wasn't a good video, but I was actually understanding the video a little bit. It was so complicated, it was so hard, and basically, yeah, it just like, it just made me feel like he was like way like deep in this marathon, and I hadn't even taken a first step yet, and I was like, do I have to like reset oh my gosh, it's very, I explained this to him as well, that like for me and for lots of people, a big roadblock to math literacy is anxiety about not getting it, and your anxiety really holds you back and paralyzes you. I'm back in my junior of high school algebra 2. It kicked my ass. Sub day again. My sub tier keeps going through the roof. Sub tier 17. A level 17 sub. Did you want to have those things explained to you? I think I was upset. I had like just gotten off the phone with my family, and I was really missing my like I had spent all holiday with my family, but like I like just like felt sad that Christmas this year was kind of sad. I really missed my brother. So like I came downstairs and I was in a really bad mood. I was like crying. I was really sad. And then he started talking about math to try to distract me from how sad I was about family things. So in a way, it worked perfectly. In a way, it worked better than perfectly because I wasn't sad about like how disappointing it was that I didn't see my brother over Christmas or how sad I was. Like, yeah. It worked. Yeah, out of the frying pan into the fire. It did work though, because now I am thinking about this math stuff, and I do kind of have like a little spark inside myself that I would want to know. It's true though, I did go from crying about my family to crying about math instead. And I did go from feeling very lonely to feeling very stupid instead, which is not necessarily progression, but it was a lateral move. Well, no, then I was sad because I felt stupid. Mm-hmm. Oh, pup. I've also spent like 6 hours on math YouTubes at some point. He really likes it. Like he really likes math. Like when we scroll through his YouTube recommendations, it's all Call of Duty streamers and then math videos. And that's basically it. I'm almost positive that when we started dating, he told me he liked cooking videos. And I swear to God, that man has never shown me a single fucking cooking video ever. And I love cooking videos. Why aren't we bonding over cooking videos? I date a lot of women and math never once came up. It's an interesting strategy. Yeah. The worst thing that someone could say if you asked how to do something in class is, you should have listened. Oh, no. Knowing you are stupid is better than not even realizing that. Wait, weren't you talking about your brother? My, like, big brother? Hi. Oh, I threw the ball, I threw the squirrel, but you're nibbling on your tail. You didn't even see where I threw it. God, your dumb little butt wiggles. I'm confused. Never mind. Okay. Maybe he fell down the math rabbit hole one night and it overtook his YouTube algorithms. No, this is like a lifelong thing for him. He's like a very, he's empathetic, which is wonderful. Like, he's empathetic to a point, which is really wonderful. He is truly confused. He is deeply and truly confused why I couldn't like Seinfeld when I was a little girl. And like, this man is smart. This is a smart man. But I truly looked him in the eyes and I was like, you can't understand why a young girl who grew up in Southern Ontario would be uninterested in watching a TV show about adult men in New York? I was like, what? How do you not get it? Like, why would like a 10, 11, 12-year-old girl like Seinfeld? It's like, why? What could she possibly have in common with what's happening in Seinfeld? Like now as an adult, after living in a large city and dating in a city and like all, after having these life experiences, watching Seinfeld is great. I love Seinfeld. It's wonderful. But like, oops, there's something going on with my eye. I was like, what? Why would children like Seinfeld ever? How could they? How was your vacation? It was good. It was really nice, yeah. Yeah. Especially after taking the golf ball out of the whale's blowhole. I also think that as a kid, my attention deficit hyperactive disorder was like so unconstrained. It was difficult for me to sit through the like 30-minute episode with commercials and be able to like follow the entire story. My like child brain just couldn't. Hey, you're growling a lot. What's wrong? What's wrong? You being a silly dog? Look at this silly dog. Hey Richie Max, how's it going? I don't know, I just thought it was funny when George yelled about something. Yeah, it is very funny. It truly is, yeah. Unfortunately, me growing up, yelling adults was not funny. It was really stressful and scary as a kid. I grew up with a lot of yelling. My friend and I pumped the Seinfeld bass line in a different borough of NYC, and they got pissed. Nah, it never happened. That's like such a that happened and everyone clapped thing. Growing up, there was a slapstick body humor sitcoms and sitcoms of sex appeal and Seinfeld Frasier, which I just turned off. Oh my god, see, that's, you know what's so funny? As a kid, I loved Frasier. I actually had no problem watching Frasier. It was something about it just like was more appealing to me than Seinfeld was. Speaking of silly doggo, how do you deal with the road salt? She has boots. She wears boots every time we go outside. It also just keeps the inside of my house much cleaner. Yeah. I fucking loved Frasier. Yeah. Oh, I loved Frasier because I did grow up watching Cheers as well. My parents loved Cheers, and I loved watching Cheers. I didn't have a lot in common with them, but it was sexy. And so, like, as a little girl, I was like, ooh, sexy adult TV show. And then Frasier is a spin-off of Cheers, right? So, of course I liked it. What child likes Frasier? I loved it. I absolutely loved it. There were more women on that show. Like, there was Daphne, who lived and, like, was, like, the live-in nurse for his father. I liked the stories about Meryl, even though Meryl wasn't really in the show. His producer... Roz? Yeah, his producer Roz was also... There was more women in that show, which, like... I hate always having to draw it back to, like, oh, there's, like, good female characters, and it feels really, like, shitty. To be, like, TV shows without good female characters are kind of harder to watch. But it's just that, like... My whole life is watching men do things. Constantly, right? Yeah. You're such a silly dog. Oh, she's such a silly dog. Oh, such a silly dog. Oh, just look at this. If it connects with you, it just makes more sense. What made you like it? I loved Kelsey Grammer's voice. I loved that it was mostly the story about him and his brother. Growing up with brothers, I like that as well. So, like, the family connection was really important and, like, fun for me to watch. He lived with his dad. He was really close with his brother. At the time, I lived with my parents because I was a little girl. And so, like, I liked the family connection. Cheers, Frasier's X-Files, Tales from the Crypt, and Third Rock from the Sun. So fucking good. Yeah. How's Frasier and Cheers related? The character that Kelsey Grammer turned into the TV show Frasier originated in Cheers. He played, I think, the same character in Cheers, and then he got his own spin-off TV series. Another lockdown in Ontario. Did they just announce it, or is it happening? Because I was really... hoping to go see a movie tomorrow night. Niall sitting on Daphne was what made the show. That was incredible sexual tension, over through weeks and weeks and weeks. Which movie? Maybe The Matrix? He did play the same character, but I'm unsure if it was the same profession. No, you're right. I think that, like, the main thrust of Frasier was that he went to be, like, a radio psychiatrist. And I think that in Cheers, he was probably, like, an active practicing psychiatrist. On Wednesday, it's going into effect. Oh, okay, so I can still go see a movie tomorrow. Yeah, might go see... Maybe The Matrix? I am not going to see Spider-Man No Way Home because I haven't watched the first two Spider-Mans. Oh, is that it? Jesus. Oh, no, I really want to go see Nightmare Alley. Girl, just get HBO Max. And watch The Matrix on HBO. Actually, that's a really good idea. Yeah. I don't know if you want to spend money on The Matrix, to be honest. I do want to go see Nightmare Alley, though, because I love Guillermo del Toro. New crown, JJ. Welcome back for 18 months, my man. I watched Encanto, and it was so goddamn good. I watched it again last night, and I cried the whole time. I have, like, a lot of crying inside of me, guys. The holidays were hard. Oh, my God. Ontario, I thought you were from Vancouver. You should binge watch the Spider-Man movies. That guy Colin. I mean, we're going into another lockdown, so yeah, let's everyone join me on Discord for a Spider-Man binge. We're gonna watch all 3 Spider-Mans. It's limited capacity and no food. It's fine, I never buy. I mean, I do like buying the popcorn. Oh, am I getting the spot? Where's the spot? Hold on, we gotta get the spot so our foot goes. Do you mean all 8? No, I mean the 3 with Tom Holland. I've definitely seen all the Tobey Maguire ones, because Tobey Maguire is the fucking GOAT. I fucking love Tobey. Yeah. I saw the first Andrew Garfield movie, and I actually just rewatched it recently. Netflix was recommending it to me. Andrew Garfield made an incredible Peter Parker, but not a very memorable Spider-Man. When he put on the whole thing, it still felt like he was being Peter Parker. I felt like there was a physical difference between the way that Tobey Maguire played Peter Parker and Tobey Maguire played Spider-Man. Andrew Garfield was he's just an incredible actor. He's so fun to watch as well. He feels very natural. He feels just so good as Peter Parker. But then every time he's in the suit, I, for whatever reason, was just like, you're just being Peter Parker in the suit. You're not really Spider-Man. He was more comics accurate Spider-Man. He was quippy and snarky and played into the comics more. Oh, okay, yes. He was brainier. I think that Andrew Garfield was a brainier Spider-Man. I think that Tobey Maguire was a little bit more of like punch hard Spider-Man. So maybe that made him a better one. Have you watched Tick Tick Boom? I have not watched Tick Tick Boom yet. I thought that he was a better Spider-Man than Peter Parker. Really? I really felt like Andrew Garfield just fucking nailed Peter Parker. Like he was a perfect Peter Parker. Tick Tick Boom was amazing. Oh my gosh, that's exciting. I'm actually the opposite opinion. I thought Garfield was a great Spider-Man, but then Tobey was a better Parker. Emma Stone is in talks to potentially to play Spider-Gwen, so we would see Garfield back in another MC movie. That would be really exciting. Do you have an Instagram? I don't really care for Instagram. I got the ending of No Way Home spoiled for me, so I'm no longer interested in the movie. Oh, that sucks. Garfield's Peter Parker really was just too much of a dick for me to overlook. He had really positive aspects over Tobey, but I just couldn't get over it. Ben Affleck, does he consider top 3 Batman? No. Have you watched Last Night in Soho? Demon, I'm so happy that you asked. Love your username as well. Yes, I loved Last Night in Soho. I really enjoyed the experience of watching it. Were there some pacing problems? Was there like a tiny lack of editing? Perhaps, yeah. Was it a perfect movie? No. But did I enjoy it? Very much. He nailed both. The story and the plot around him destroyed his movies. Yes, Andrew Garfield was given a not great script. A lot think that Tobey is the best Peter, Andrew is the best Spider-Man, and Tom Holland is the best combo of the two. I would totally watch Emma Stone as Spider-Gwen. I do love Edgar Wright movies. I meant to see that. I loved it, JJ. Yeah. Tick Tick Boom is on Netflix, and Garfield plays Jonathan Parson, the creator of Rent. Oh, yes. Yeah. I actually heard a phone interview with the woman who wrote the story, who was a very good friend of Jonathan Larson, yeah. Yeah. It was really beautiful listening to her talk about that. Yeah. No Way Home was a mess, just fan service, but it was pretty good. Wait, which one is it? You just said it was a mess, and then in the same breath you said, but it was pretty good, so it's a pretty good mess? Ben Affleck crying over the edits, the tears. I love the song Burn by Hamilton. Wait, do you mean the song Burn from Hamilton? Look at this silly dog. Look at this beautiful little rug. Just sitting here getting pets. Yeah, that one. I've never seen Hamilton. But I do like Lin-Manuel Miranda's music. He's the new Disney guy. He's like doing all the music for Disney movies now. And I really liked Moana. I thought the songs were super fun in Moana. And I did rewatch it a few times, but there was something about Moana that just didn't, like... maybe it was that I couldn't relate to it enough. I don't know. That, like, I really liked Moana. I loved the music. Like, I thought her song was beautiful. I liked the progression of the story. I thought it was, like, very, very sweet. But, like, something about Encanto is just so much better. Actually, never mind. I do know exactly what it is about Encanto that's better. It's the family. Traditionally, Disney films have killed off family members. Animation is incredibly expensive. Having tons of characters to animate in a single family is expensive. It is complicated. You're juggling way more balls than just being like, here's our princess, her parents are dead, she has no siblings, and she's going to like move through the story just on her own. That's a great way of telling a story, and Disney has done that so many times. They've nailed it. But Encanto was so different from every other Disney movie where, like, there is a huge multi-generational family and they're all here and they're all alive. There's no villain as well, yeah. There's no bad guy in Encanto. There's no villain. There's no, like, external force that they have to fight against. There's no, like, any of that. It is just about, hey, family is hard. Expectations are difficult. Yeah. And yes, Lin-Manuel Miranda directed Tick, Tick, Boom. He did, yeah. I think he helped with the music as well. He usually does. You floppy baby. Is it normal for dogs to have no bones at all? Is this regular for the dog to have no bones and to just be a sack of furry jello? Should I consult a doctor about this? About this boneless dog? It's No Bones Day. You should get that looked at. You got no bones, baby. No bones. Val, now you got you inherited my bonitis. Poor baby. Let me rub your face. Yeah. It's a good face rub. That would make her a fur ball. Hot dogs are generally boneless, yes. You're a hot dog. Is the dog smiling? Kind of. You can't really see her lips because her beard is so fluffy. Can you see her lips? No, her beard is too fluffy. She's a boneless pizza. Did Gilderoy Lockhart try to help her heal a broken bone at some point? Yeah, have you been hanging out with Gilderoy Lockhart? Are you hiding Kenneth Branagh in this house somewhere from me? You can't hide Kenneth Branagh. It's No Bones Day. Happy New Year, V. Happy New Year, Image. Did you have a nice New Year's Day? I did. What is the dog's favorite color? I thought dogs were... Hey. Oh, yay. Never mind, saved up all of his channel points to give you a treat. Yes, that's right. Do you want a treat? Oh! She do. She do want a treat. Oh, what's Gilderoy's favorite color? Forget-me-not blue. And there's an earlier one from InStream too. Yes, sorry, I got distracted earlier. I did see that one come in earlier. Okay, Val, you want a treat? Oh, you're so excited. Powers would grow like the grapes that thrive on the vine. You get 2 sausages. Oh shit, and that's it for sausages. No more sausages, guys. Oh wait, what was the answer? His favorite color was lilac. Oh, but forget-me-not blue is more hilarious. Oh, I thought we were doing puns, not his I mean, yeah, his... oh, geez, I fucked that up. Oops. Oh, Val, sorry, it fell through the Christmas tree? Okay, get back up there. Good girl. Okay, last bit, okay? Last treat. Good girl. Get the fuck out of my seat. You want to smell the bag? Those are the last of the sausages, guys. I mean, new year, new sausages, right? New year, new sausages. And the dirty shame just wastes your time. Oh, the cat's under the desk, too. Oh, I see that kitty cat. Hey, What are you doing to my Christmas tree? Fucking up my Christmas tree? Although Forget Me Not Blue is also a really good answer, yeah. Good girl, get the fuck out of my chair. Yes, yeah, I talk to my pets like they're people, because they are people. Animals are people, they're not human persons. Oh, how does the bag smell? Snossagy, it's so good, it's so good. Yeah, if you guys haven't seen Encanto, you definitely should go check it out. It was incredible, I really, really liked it. There's so many funny characters. The visual design of each of the characters is incredible, it's worth rewatching. Every single member of the Madrigal family has a special gift that they are given as they like come of age. And then those gifts that represent each of the family members is inscribed on their clothing. So Luisa is extra strong. She's very, very strong. She's the strongest woman you've ever seen. And she has dumbbells embroidered on her skirt. Camilo is a shapeshifter, and he has chameleons on his poncho and on his door. There's like such beautiful Peppa, her aunt that's able to control the weather, has suns all over her dresses and suns on her earrings to like show her ability to, you know, fuck up the weather. It's great. Those little details are what make those movies so fun to watch and rewatch over and over and over again. I'm gonna blow your mind. In the song, We Don't Talk About Bruno, you can see him dancing in the background at one point. I'm gonna have to rewatch it again, because I didn't even see him. I've seen this movie 3 times now. And I read the trivia that it's like, during the song We Don't Talk About Bruno, you can actually see Bruno dancing in the background to the song about him. I liked Two Caterpillars, but other than that, the movie's music wasn't that memorable. Oh, I loved it. Mariposa. I loved it. Yeah. You liked Antonio. Antonio got his gift today. I loved Encanto. I guess it was a movie if you want to have a good little sob. But back to our Spider-Man discussion, of course. I feel like Tobey has maxed out nostalgia armor. Like, Spider-Man 3 was by far the worst Spider-Man movie ever made. Andrew suffers from classic middle Spider-Man syndrome, and Tom has youngest Spider-Man syndrome. Yeah. Have you gotten around to finishing Hawkeye and Wheel of Time? I probably won't finish Hawkeye. It wasn't that interesting. It was fine. But like, unless Ben and Abdullah hold me down and make me watch it, I'm not gonna go out of my way to watch it on my own. But if Ben and Abdullah want to watch it, I'm obviously gonna watch it with Ben and Abdullah. That's absolutely fine, for sure. I did finish watching The Wheel of Time, and I did finish watching Foundation. So, Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time was disappointing. It was disappointing. Wheel of Time feels like it was made by company groupthink, committee decisions. The Wheel of Time is a Amazon TV show that is based off of the books by Robert Sanderson. No, wait. Yes? Yes. Oh, Jordan Sanderson. Sorry, not wait. Yeah. Sorry, it's like 15 books. It is 15 books. But the first book was kind of... Oh, Brandon Sanderson finished it. Oh, right. Oh, Robert Jordan. Not not Jordan Sanderson, sorry. Robert Jordan and Brandon Sanderson, sorry. Robert Jordan is the one who started writing it. My bad. Brandon Sanderson's the one who finished it. Yeah. So sorry, Robert Jordan started writing them. Brandon Sanderson finished them. There's 15 books. The first book is called The Eye of the World, which the first season was based on. It's just... Yeah. God, I don't even know how to describe. I guess like to start why it struggled. The showrunners, the people who were in charge of actually making the TV show and putting it together, decided that they would not take any direct quotations of dialogue from the books and put them into the TV show. They wanted the TV show to be more accessible, so they wanted it to have less formal dialogue, like not so prosy, basically, which can be kind of hard for the regular person to follow along with, and it can make it feel kind of alien. So they didn't allow any direct dialogue from the books into the TV show, which is a huge fucking mistake. "21 months, Happy New Year, Happy Monday. Hey, Invalid Toaster, how's it going?" The story, the books of the Wheel of Time are based around Rand al'Thor, a young man who is raised in the Two Rivers and is found by Moiraine Damodred and Aes Sedai, which is a fancy word for like a witch, a woman who's able to touch the source and to channel magic. He's found by her, and him and his like childhood friends and her and like a ragtag team of lots of people coming together. They all go on this like epic spanning adventure where they're trying to take down the forces of the Dark One. It's a really interesting story. It's a very like well fleshed out, beautiful world. But watching the TV show did have the experience of seeing a masterpiece painted on a napkin. Have you watched season 2 of The Witcher? Yeah, season 2 of The Witcher is so fucking good. No. Season 1 wasn't good. No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. It might be good if you've played the video games and you've read the books and you've like had a lot of exposure to the genre beforehand. But like as somebody who has never read the books, who has never played the video games, season 1 wasn't good. It like wasn't good TV. There was parts of it that were good, but overall the experience of watching it was like, this ain't good, sorry. Have you read all the Wheel of Time books? I've only read the first 8 Wheel of Time books of the 15. Yeah. So no, I'm also not going to watch the second season of The Witcher. I really have no desire to. I don't care about those characters. I don't really understand why it's important that they do the things that they do. It kind of just seems like a medieval Supernatural. Well, if it was actually pretty good. I'm not saying that it's not good. I'm definitely not saying that it's not good, and that if you like it, you're bad or dumb or anything like that. Definitely not saying that at all. But like, that's basically it, Abdullah. When I was watching the first season, there was individual storylines that seemed really interesting. And then when they all converged together, I was like, I don't really care. Like, yay, Ciri is with Geralt. It's great. They're together. And him and Yennefer are doing things. And they're having feelings. But I don't care. And there's no, like... I don't know. There's just no, like, hook to it where I'm like, oh, I'm really curious to see how these characters are going to change and grow. Because I think the difficulty is they don't and they won't, and I know that they don't and won't. Like, Gerald's not going to turn into a different person. Ciri's not going to turn into a different person. Yennefer is not going to, like, turn into a different person. It works because they are themselves. There's no transformation. Everyone's very similar from the beginning at the end. They just get more power. I met Jared Padalecki at a football game once. That's cool. Character development, or at least the possibility of it, that's necessary. The characters are just set up to not grow either. Like, if they change, then we wouldn't care anymore. But I want them to change. Yeah, they're archetypal, which is great and wonderful, but they don't change at all. Is that a spoiler? It's not a spoiler. I watched the first season, and like, how fundamentally different was Geralt at the beginning of the season to the end of the season? How fundamentally different was Yennefer from the beginning to the end of it? Fundamentally, not at all. Did they gain more power? Yes. Did they have more, like, personal experiences? Geralt. I think I ruined the rich for my mom when I told her that it was based on a game. No, they're based on books. Just tell her that you were wrong and that they're based on books. I liked Witcher Season 1, but it's been so long I've stopped caring about what's going on. It makes it hard to get motivated to watch Season 2. Yeah, no. Have you watched Arcane? Also have not watched Arcane. No, not yet at least. Yeah. Yeah. I'm quietly hyped for the Game of Thrones prequel. George R. R. Martin got to watch a rough cut of the first episode and he said that he was impressed. Okay. Yeah, I'll probably give it a chance. Why does it make it better that they change as a person? Because growth is exciting to watch. Stagnation is kind of not. That's why I need to, like, change up my fucking stream setup. Stagnation is boring to watch. Never mind. Thank you. Oh, shit, though. Sorry, hold on. I'm so sorry. Thank you, my dear. Thank you, my dear. But I did want to go up and respond to what you guys were just saying. I do watch anime. I've never watched Bleach, but I'm glad that it's coming back. I hope you enjoy it. I did watch all of New JoJo. I watched it a few times. I really loved it. Personally, Season 2 is much better than Season 1, but for books and lore fans, it's pretty bad. So I've never read the books. I've never played the game, so I don't think I would be, like, that upset about the source material changing very much. Have you watched Station 11? I haven't. I haven't watched Station 11 and I haven't watched Yellow Jackets, but I've heard good things about both of those, so like I probably will. We're going into a lockdown here in Ontario soon, so I'm gonna have a lot of time to watch TV. It'll be exciting. See, Witcher 1 was more of an exposition and setting up the whole world, where Season 2 is more about the character development. That's good. That's exactly right. Also, like, as far as, oh, welcome back, I Am Soul. Thank you, welcome. Season 1 really felt like establishing all of these characters, which might explain why it didn't feel like there was a lot of character development in the first season, because the first season was just to, like, establish the characters, and, like, there's no point in establishing a character and then immediately changing them. So maybe that does, like, bode well for Season 2 being better, because it allows space for it to grow. I know it takes more from the books, just certain things are clearly from the games. Like his performance. He said outright that he based it on Doug Cook's in-game. Doug Cockle. Doug Cook. Yellow Jackets got picked up for Season 2 already. It's that good. It sounds really interesting. My roommate was telling me about it last night. It sounds incredible. It sounds absolutely fucking horrifying and great. Good luck on the lockdown. Hopefully things improve soon. Station 11 is really good too. Yeah, it looks really interesting. So Wheel of Time. Wheel of Time, the TV show. My first impression of the first episode of Wheel of Time, I was excited. I really liked the Two Rivers and how it looked. Having read the books and really enjoyed them, it was really exciting to see the Two Rivers and to see all the people, the styling, the clothes that they wore. I thought that there was good choices for the casting. Like, all of the characters, I think, were very well cast. They matched up with what I sort of imagined the characters looking like and behaving like. I even liked the changes that they made in Wheel of Time because I thought it set up characters to have more dynamic story arcs. One of the biggest things is that in the Wheel of Time books, they're children. They're like 14, 15, 16, 17-ish years old. They're children, but they're on the cusp of adulthood. In the TV series, they aged them way up. Everybody's in their 20s, and they're much more like adults. I think that works in the TV show because the stakes are much higher. They're not just kids who are going on their, like, first adventure. These are adults who have imagined that their life was sort of set in stone, and now they're going on this crazy fucking adventure that they never could have anticipated. And they're a little bit more prepared and yet not prepared. It makes the fall that much greater that they're adults. When you're a kid and you fuck up, you go from here to here. When you're an adult and you fuck up, you go from here to here, right? Just the stakes are higher. Perrin is married in the TV series. He's married, he has a wife. In the first episode, spoiler alert, sorry guys, there's a horrible accident that Perrin is responsible for and his wife dies. And that sets him up as this, like, brooding, miserable, conflicted character, which I think worked better in the TV series. Matt's character was given a sort of like rougher backstory where he is close with his siblings and he's taking care of them because his parents are fucking around, basically. Like they're not raising the children properly. So they gave him also like a less like bright and shiny backstory for him as well. It's difficult because like one of the critiques that I've heard about the show is that Rand, who is supposed to be one of the like main characters, the main character is really boring and doesn't really do much than just like look good and sad. But that's what he does in the book too. So I'm like, they can't do anything else with Rand. Like, he's also super boring in the book too. He's just like, oh no, I have all this power and I'm crazy. Oh no. He does that for 7,000 pages. Ah, yeah. I love Bright and Shiny. Because of my schedule, I never get to catch stream. I'm glad that you're here today. Are you going back to work tomorrow? I don't like that I have a doppelganger. Oh, because I am Soul and Soul the Pedant are both here? Yeah. I can get that, yeah. I feel weird when other people have V names, and I'm like, how dare you? How dare you? Get away from my name. Get away from my letters. 7,000 pages is a conservative estimate of how many pages he does that for, actually. Yeah. So, Rand in the book is just teenage angst for so many pages. Just like chapters and chapters and chapters of teenage angst. It's just, it never ends. It never ends. It just goes on forever and ever and ever. So I liked some of the changes that the TV show made. I thought that the Children of the Light, who are a like fervent religious sect that hunt down channelers, was very good and scary. I liked it. It was great. They put money in that TV show in some places. Oh, B-Ball, congratulations on getting affiliated by Twitch. That's incredible. Congratulations. He lives up to being Hayden Christensen's doppelganger. He did go to the acting school of Hayden Christensen for sure. They got really similar styles. Eventually, it's just like, dude, grow up. Yeah, please grow up. I looked up Rand's age in the books, and I was surprised to find that he's 19. Oh, he's not 19 when the story starts, though. That's like, I think he gets there. Speaking of work, oh, Raging, stay with me forever. Have a great rest of your day, Raging. I'm happy to see your name even for a moment. Congratulations also, B-Ballin, for getting affiliated. That's exciting. I feel like Amazon obviously put a lot of money into the Wheel of Time, but I'd kind of wish that they'd put the money in different places. So like, there were a lot of scenes where they needed more extras. And they filmed most of this. He is 19 in The Eye of the World? Oh, wow. My memory of that is completely wrong. I had no idea. He was 19 in Eye of the World. He seems so much younger. Oh my god. Wow. Wow, I made so many concessions for his shitty behavior because I thought he was so much younger. Yeah. Elaine's the youngest and she's 16. I was like, who's Elaine? She doesn't even exist in the TV show. We're not going to Camlin. No Camlin for you. I finished Squid Game. Do you have any other good suggestions? Wheel of Time, is it worth it? I think Foundation was better. Overall, the experience of watching Foundation was better. It did sort of drag some of the plot, some of the storylines of Foundation, particularly Salvor Hardin's storyline. It dragged on a little bit. I was like, oh my gosh, you should have wrapped this up like a full episode before. Like, how are you still dealing with this conflict over like 5 episodes? This was a 3-episode conflict for real. But overall, Foundation, I think, is more exciting. I think it sets up a more interesting world. I think it has more interesting storylines that are converging in better ways. Wow, just Lee Pace. I really am just such a fangirl for Lee Pace. I would probably like go to pieces if I met him. Just like, wow, I love everything that you do. His range is incredible, is deeply impressive. I love him. I love him so much. So I loved Foundation. I liked Foundation, and I enjoyed watching Foundation much more than Wheel of Time. Oh, apparently season 2 of Wheel of Time is going to take the backseat to the Lord of the Rings prequel later this year in terms of scheduling. Did you ever watch *Halt and Catch Fire*? That was great. No, I've never even heard of it. Lee Pace is great. Empire is probably my favorite character in the series so far. Empire's storyline, I think, is the most interesting storyline. But my favorite character is Gale. Like, I love Gale. I love everything that she's doing. Like, I really, really feel for her. Everything that's going on with Harry and her and Rach. I just loved it. I just loved it so much. But yeah, when they go to Trantor and they go to Empire storylines, I'm like, these are the most interesting ones for me personally. Yeah, I really loved Foundation. I think Foundation is also more impressive because when you read the Foundation books, you're like, this would make a terrible movie and this would be an awful TV show. There's just no, it would just be terrible. Like, you read the books and you're like, this is not gonna work at all. And then you watch the TV show and you're like, oh, never mind, it actually worked quite well. The favorite TV series or season that I watched of 2021, part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Part 1 of part 6 of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I loved every single frame. I loved every single frame of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. It's incredible. So, like, this was the year of adaptations. There's a lot of adaptations. And I love reading. So, like, I love books. I love, like, mangas. I love comic books. So, like, I love reading these things. And, like, Wheel of Time, Foundation, and JoJo are all TV shows that are adapted from written source material that I've read before I watched it. And the best adaptation, the best execution, the best visuals, the best, like, everything, all of it is just so good in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 6. Yeah, Foo Fighters. Foo Fighters is my favorite character in the manga as well. Like, her introduction and her progression through the story. Weather Report as well. Just, like, I got the big wet for Weather Report. I really do. I really do. Got the big wet. Just call me James. Okay, I will continue calling you James for another 5 months. Welcome and thank you. I watched Hunter x Hunter for the first time this year and I finished it and it is so good. I've heard wonderful things about it. My brother recommended it to me. And now we just have to wait another 5 years for part 7. Well, no, part 6 isn't done yet. The last part of part 6 will hopefully be coming out around April. It'll be a nice birthday present for me. It's not going to rain, is it? I was going to go to the park. Oh, it's probably going to snow today. It's very cold in Ontario right now. It's negative, 7. It's actually warming up. Halt and Catch Fire is amazing. Early on, Lee Pace is a little too much like John Hamm and Mad Men, but they figure it out. Oh. Standard taffy time here. Blue skies. Did you catch Harry Potter 20th anniversary on New Year's Day? Oh no, I didn't watch that. Oh no, I forgot to watch that. We've had the worst weather conditions I've ever seen here. Jesus Christ, Ritus, what's going on? What type of heat do you have in your house? That's crazy. Oh, I have hot water radiators, but I don't actually turn them on. I have a small electric heater that I run just in the room that I'm in, just in my living room when I'm in my living room, yeah. But I don't even turn the heat on in my, I don't even turn my heat on anymore in my bedroom, ever in the winter. You don't stream anymore. I can't argue with that. It was negative 19 in New York when I woke up. Holy mother of God. Oh my God. Also, what type of heating you have in Jesus. I love talking about thermodynamics. Oh my goodness, my favorite part of being a human being is talking about thermodynamics. So, hi, I live in Canada. In Canada, we don't waste money on trying to heat our houses. It doesn't actually make sense to try to, like, heat up the inside of your house when it's cold outside. Unless you have incredible insulation holding that heat in and preventing the cold from seeping in. So, like, people are always astounded. They're like, how are you so scantily clad? And it's the middle of winter. And it's like, because I live in a house that is insulated for Canadian weather. Whoa, your heating bill must be crazy. Nope, the insulation was here when I moved in. Reptar Meat, welcome back. Welcome back for 11 months in a row. Next month it'll be a year, my Mr. Reptar. I love you, Reptar Meat. It's good shit. I am warm because I am inside a house that is well insulated. That's like why people died in Texas when they had that big freeze, because homes in Texas, bizarrely, are not insulated well. The most important part of heating your house is the insulation, for sure. Yeah, I'm in a small apartment with good insulation, so like I don't even need to have the heat on. Truly, the sun coming through the window and heating up the like air in the room is usually enough. But I just have the little heater running as well because I don't want my pets to freeze, and my dog gets cold really easily. That's the thing in Valid Toaster that I really, really don't understand, is that Texas is so insanely hot. I don't understand why their houses aren't insulated. Because we get hot temperatures as well, but our houses are so well insulated that you can just close the blinds and it'll stay cool inside. Friday, we had the thickest fog ever. While driving in a car, the visibility was barely 2 meters. On Sunday, it was freezing and raining, and the roads weren't cleared for some reason, so we witnessed about 2 car crashes. Today, the sidewalks weren't cleared for ice either, so ER has plus 100 people in the waiting room. Oh my god. Oh my god, that sucks. It's 40 degrees and CT, so I took my sweatshirt off. Whoa, I bundle up. You're gonna play Halo for the first time on this day off. Have enjoyed the rest of your day. Have a great time playing Halo. Have a good time playing Halo. I heard that those cat ears are fucking killer. You see somebody with cat ears on their helmet coming towards you, you run in the other direction, baby. You run. You run in the other direction. Go on. Get out of here. Start running. Yeah. I don't know when it's going to happen, but I think eventually we have to stop being surprised at how bad the weather's going to be, because it's probably never going to go back to being normal ever again. I think we've wow, privilege. Yeah, I think it has been a privilege in my life to experience what normal weather was in my childhood. And I never expect whatever the weather is, I'm just yeah, that sounds crazy and terrible and completely expected, right? Yeah, it's fucked. It's fucked. Yeah, it's fucked. I'm gonna boil some more water for tea, okay, guys? So I'll be right back. Stick around. I definitely want to hear. No, never mind. I was about to get political, but we're not going to. I was gonna say I want to hear about how everyone feels about Twitter and some of the banning that they've been doing, but we're not gonna get political. I'll be right back. I'm back. I'm getting movie tickets to go see Nightmare Alley tomorrow, so I'm so excited to do that. Gonna go see Guillermo del Toro's new movie starring Bradley Cooper and Kate Blanchett and some good stuff. I don't know, it looks good. It looks real good. What's going on here? Whoop. I'm excited. Fuck, I love going to the movies. I really do, so much. What a beautiful, magical thing. I love it so much. What did I just see that was so disappointing? Oh, House of Gucci. Fuck. Oh, hey, Waymaker, how's it going? I was actually really disappointed with the House of Gucci. Parts of it were kind of boring. Not all of it. Lady Gaga was great. Adam Driver was fine. He was good. But, like, I actually wanted to, like, look at my phone while I was watching House of Gucci. Like, I was like, I wonder what Reddit's doing right now, which is a bad thing to be feeling when you go see a movie. I might pull Grey Wolf out of his room and go see No Way Home. That'd be so romantic. Do it. Wait, Sonic was a bad movie? No, Sonic wasn't bad. Everyone liked Sonic. I thought we Oh, also, thank you, Top Rock. Thank you for subscribing. I thought everyone liked Sonic. I thought it was good. Yeah. I remember when they fixed how he was going to look. He looked like the bad Sonic, and then they made him look like the good Sonic. It's better. It's better. Yeah, it's so good. I don't know. I haven't noticed this personally myself, but I've been reading a lot of comments on Reddit, basically, that are like, oh, people's movie etiquette has gotten awful. Like, everyone's movie etiquette is so bad. Everyone's unused to going to the movie theaters now, so everyone's movie etiquette is terrible. I actually noticed the exact opposite. Since we've come out of lockdown, I feel like everybody who's going to see a movie with me in the movie theater is especially excited to see the movie. Like, people who are there, sitting in that theater right there at that moment, are the ones who are the most excited to watch the movie. It's not just like a waste of time. It's not just like a filler or whatever. I loved it. I loved it. Loved going to the movies with everybody who loves watching the movies. I've watched The King's Men this weekend and it was decent, I guess. Yeah, it looks decent, I guess. It's because you're also Canadians and therefore you are genetically nicer. Yeah, it's, you know, that like crushing weight and fear of getting a single small injury and being financially ruined for all time. When you take that away, people are generally nicer to each other. I don't mean to like come down super duper hard on your lack of universal health care in the United States of America, but like it does make you feel less like it's me versus them when you're like, we're all gonna get the same health care. I watched Cube on a friend's recommendation, and it was interesting. Interesting, you say? I love old movies as well. Your point is completely fair, and it's bullshit. Yeah. I watched a really, really old movie. I'm a big fan of Lucille Ball. I love Lucy. I loved the Lucy Show growing up. Like, her and Desi together were just, like, such a beautiful couple and, like, was so fun to watch. I love Lucy. Like, I love Lucy. Everybody loves Lucy. So I watched one of her very famous old movies called Yours, Mine, and Ours. It's not a horror movie, but go look up the plot while I get my tea and tell me that Yours, Mine, and Ours isn't the plot of an incredible horror movie as well. Tell me. Tell me, I dare you. Brew. Oh, also I'm gonna fix my hair, sorry. Sorry, guys. I like my sexuality kinky and my hair unkinked, so I just have to fix that. Here's the plot of Yours, Mine, and Ours. A widower meets his ex-girlfriend, and the pair soon decide to marry. However, the 18 children they have between them ensure that the path of love doesn't run smoothly. Wait a minute, his ex-girlfriend? Oh my gosh, I missed that part of the plot. I thought they actually just, like, met, like, through friends of friends. Oh, no. Sorry, I'm just gonna buy the tickets for tomorrow. Not for today, for tomorrow. Yes. I want good seats. If there's no good seats, we might have to do a different time. 2 adult tickets, please. Proceed. Vaccine proof required. Effective September 22nd. The government of Ontario required proof of vaccination for entry. That's totally fine. I haven't got my booster yet, so I think that's okay. But I'm afraid for when they're like, you have to have your booster done as well, otherwise you're not vaccinated anymore. And I'm like, oh no, the lines are so long. Oh yeah, it's nice. Oh, all of these seats are open? Wow, okay, we definitely have the pick. What row is good? Do you like being close to the screen or sort of further back from the screen? I prefer seeing as few people in front of me as possible, but I hate being too close to the screen. So like, I'm a big fan of like front, medium. Front medium. Middle front, yeah. Health and safety. Follow the guidelines set forth by all levels of government to keep you and our employees safe. Okay. Tomorrow, which is January 4th. Bleh, 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 bleh. Shit. I just gave all that credit card information, and then at the very bottom when you scroll down, it's like, or do you want to play with PayPal? I would have rather paid with PayPal. Whatever, it's fine. Yay, credit. Who's going to be your movie buddy tomorrow? Oh, my friend who I always go see movies with. Actually, that's a bad description, because I actually go see movies with lots and lots and lots of my friends. So, this is my friend who I met through Brooklyn. I've talked about him a bunch. I gave him the nickname, Stems. He's got like a nice pair of legs. You seem to work out. Those thighs could squish a watermelon. This is not exercise. Do you, you think this is denotive of exercise? This is not. This is denotive of a very big, thick meal that I continuously had over the past 3 weeks, which is called Christmas. She needs to work out. This is not muscle. Hi, baby. Hey, beautiful girl. It basically has just been one long continuous meal for the past 3 weeks, basically. Eating can be exercise, I guess. No. It's a long-ass movie. I love Lord of the Rings. Love Lord of the Rings. Nice kitty cat. What, can you see it? Oh, that one. Yeah, she's great. I need a haircut, or just a trim. I just need a trim. It's getting very, very long, which is nice. It's just like, it's just a bit long. Maybe I like it a little bit shorter. I don't know. I did see that there's going to be a Lord of the Rings TV show that Amazon is doing. If somebody came to you and they offered you another asshole, they were like, hey, you know that asshole that you've been enjoying for the first blank number of years of your life? Wouldn't you love to have a second asshole? Very few people are going to be like, no? Why? What? No, I actually don't need 2 assholes. One is definitely enough. That's how I feel about the Lord of the Rings TV show. I don't actually need another asshole. I don't need another Lord of the Rings thing. It's already perfect. We already have it, and it works super duper well, and I love it, and it was great, and I love it. It's incredible. I just like it so much. And I really don't need a second asshole. Some people want to. Some people want another asshole because they like the one that they got and they can see the benefit of having two assholes. And some people enjoy Lord of the Rings and they would also enjoy watching a Lord of the Rings TV show. But I'm not that asshole. My cat's wild. I watched her pounce on a fox to save me and she smelled like a canine. Oh, cute. I just want a Founder series for Harry Potter, like with Salazar Slytherin and Helga Hufflepuff and Rowena Ravenclaw and Godric Gryffindor. Maybe, yeah, that could be pretty. They could probably do some cool stuff with that. Yeah, that'd be pretty cool. I wouldn't hate that. But I don't need more Lord of the Rings stuff. I have a perfectly good Lord of the Rings. The Game of Thrones prequel TV show got a thumbs up from Martin after he saw the first episode. Yes. Yeah. Is it understandable that I'm like, I don't care about a Game of Thrones prequel show because I know where it's going? Like, oh, you're going to explain more of the mythos and more of the world that was built up before this, but like, I already know where it's going and it's bad where it's going. It's bad. It goes bad. Did they do all the Narnia books? I think they made 3 or 4 Narnia movies, and there might be like 6 or 7 Narnia books. I don't know, actually. I liked the first Narnia movie. I tried reading the books, and I was like, this is awful. This style of writing is very, very a product of its time. I didn't like it. I wasn't a huge fan. I wasn't a huge fan of the Narnia books, actually, as a kid growing up. They were too British. My God. They were way too British. They made 3 Narnia movies. Yeah. I loved the first Narnia movie. Thought it was incredible. James McAvoy was so hot. I would watch that movie and I would tell my friends. I'd be like, that guy who plays the fawn, Mr. Tumnus, is fucking hot. And they'd be like, what? Ew, no he isn't. He's like a fawn. It's gross. And I was like, no, if he wasn't being a fawn, he'd be so fucking hot. And they all laughed at me and said no. And James McAvoy is one of the sexiest men on the planet. Have you read The Name of the Wind? When I imagine Denna, you're the closest thing to her beauty and I imagine in real life. Whoa, 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 whoa. I haven't read it yet, although I think it might be the next book that I read. I got it for my birthday from Clint and Ian last year. I kind of like how The Legend of Korra is more modern, and you would like that for Game of Thrones? I suppose so, yeah. Yeah. I don't love, like, were you fawning all over him? Yes, I was. So much stuff is, like, we're in now right now. We're in now right now. We have electricity, we have cell phones, we have radios, we have televisions. TV shows aren't necessarily, like, made better or more entertaining for me when they have all those things as well. But I do like a consistency in the technology. I'm gonna spoil part of Foundation. There is one scene in Foundation which was so stupid, it actually took me completely out of my immersion. There's like a part where a character in the TV show wants to disable a spaceship's... She wants to like disable a facet of the spaceship's operations. And so this character takes a wrench and beats in the LCD screen that has the readout of the ship's process that she wants to stop. And her beating the screen, I'm trying not to spoil it. I know what she's doing, but I'm trying not to like spoil it too much for you guys. The way that she turns off the ship's ability to do that thing that it's doing is she just beats the screen that's showing the results on it. And it's like, that's not how computers work. Like, even I know that's not how computers work. Like, if I want to shut down my computer, I'm not going to beat my monitor to death. It's so fucking stupid. know! Like, it's just so fucking... I wish that she had, like, gone to, like, the central control panel and had, like, ripped open a panel and was, like, tearing out wires, at least. That would have made a tiny bit more sense. It would have made just, like, a tiny bit more sense if she had ripped open a control panel and had been, like, ripping out, like, I don't know, chips and wires and stuff. Rather than just, like, taking it out on a fucking TV screen, which would do nothing. And everybody who's ever, like, knows anything about space or science or anything knows that you don't just, like, beat the screen. There's a YouTube video of a guy beating and pulling out the screen of a Tesla and nothing happens. Yeah, maybe it's how computers and Foundation work, like an old iMac where the computer is the screen. The files are in the computer? Tearing out pop bars must be so much fun. It's also just visually more interesting than taking a wrench and beating a screen, which visually has been overdone to fucking death. But tearing open a control panel and, like, reaching in and grabbing wires has only been done a lot. Hello, my fluffy gooey baby. You are also in the No Bones Club today. No bones in this kitty cat. No bones in this sack of jello. She is such a kitty. Such a kitty. Oh. You got one foot on my titty and one eye on my face. You're scary. You're scary. Scared kitty. Tesla has finally decided to ban playing video games in their cars. Things that were so stupid you didn't think you would have to tell somebody not to do them. The Bonaitis seems to be airborne now. Don't run, you'll lose your bones. My bones! No bones. I wanted a complicated 2001: A Space Odyssey scene where she had to go into the huge mainframe to disable things. I just wanted her to do something that would have an actual realistic effect. Anything. It would have made more sense if she had pissed on the floor of the room that she was in for her to disable that system than it did for her to take a wrench and beat a TV screen. It just would have made more sense for her to piss on the floor. It's like when a hero needs to slow down the enemy so they shoot the control pad that locks the door. It's so fucking funny and so fucking stupid, and I love it so much. I love retrofuturism though. It's probably like one of my favorite tropes. It's one of my like favorite aesthetics. Retrofuturism is so sweet and so funny. That's why rewatching Futurama feels so good. Because they're not trying to like they have iPods and CD players in Futurama, and it doesn't make sense unless you like put it under the veil of retrofuturism. The trope start in my dream last night was a meteor coming to hit one of Earth's poles, which would destroy it. We've only had 4 days. It makes me think of it happening IRL. Oh! Dashing! Thank you so much for talking about this, because now I'm really excited to talk about this. Demon Dad, my sweet darling, my beautiful queen. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, Demon. How are you doing? How are you doing? Let's talk. Let's talk about Don't Look Up. Aaron McKay's Netflix Shazam, his new movie that he did with Netflix, starring Jennifer Lawrence, Leonardo DiCaprio, Paul Guilfoyle's in there. Oh, Meryl Streep is in there. Cate Blanchett is in there. Don't Look Up is a movie. We talked about it a little bit with Michael, but he didn't like it. Don't Look Up looks so bad. Tell me, Jonah Hill's in there too? Yeah, Jonah Hill being super funny. I really disliked it. I didn't watch the last 30 minutes. Did I miss anything? No, just like a sad acceptance of the inevitability of the situation they found themselves in. Just like my dream where I was going to be an axe murdered by a woman who was separated from her child only to wake up to find someone banging on my neighbor's door just asking for Joseph. I had a dream the other week, or sorry, last week, but like recently, where I was working on setting up a museum for the dead. And in the Museum of the Dead, there was lots of cursed artifacts, and you had to be very, very careful about how you touched them and how you handled them and the way that you went about them. And there was a security guard in the Museum of the Dead who mishandled or he like poked fun at one of the haunted and cursed artifacts. And he was cursed. And this curse was that like the bride who had been done so wrong on her wedding day would come for him and would kill him. And so he was like really, really worried about this bride coming to get him. And in the dream, I was standing next to him as he was looking out the front door of the museum that we were working on. And he was like, she's here, she's coming to get me. And he ran away in fear. And I was like, oh my God, is he actually seeing a ghost right there in front of him on the other side of this door? I have to go look. And so I like peeked my head out the door and I looked out, and there wasn't a ghost. There wasn't like a haunted bride coming to kill him, but there was a snake, a very big snake with like a long, with a hooded snake. And it was coming towards the door to get him. It was so shocking. It was so scary. I also really like snakes. Like I really, really do. But like that dream was so scary. I wasn't I wasn't expecting to see a snake, and I very rarely do my dreams surprise me in that way. Sean, why did you not like Don't Look Up? It's 2 hours and 25 minutes. Holy fuck. It didn't feel like it was that long. But I also watched it in 2 parts. So like people who didn't like Don't Look Up, what don't you like about it? It was very anxiety inducing for me. Yes. Yeah. I also felt that way too. But I liked that because I was like, this is like the right way that we should be feeling about this situation. It was too long. Yeah. There definitely could have been some editing. There was like a lot of back and forth. But also, if the movie wasn't that long, I think that people would have said that it was rushed. It made me mad, but I didn't dislike it. For me, it was just too exaggerated, everyone acting too unreal. Oh! I think that's silly. I liked it. I felt like satire actual existence of people. It wasn't satire though. That's like also the thing that Michael was saying. He was like, it didn't do satire very well. And I was like, I don't think this movie is supposed to be satirical. Yeah, I don't like documentaries. Yeah. Netflix movies are hit or miss. I'm excited. What a stacked cast. Yeah, it exceeded my expectations. The movies Don't Look Up. It was good social commentary though. It was very, I think that one of the reasons why people don't like it, exactly, it would have been satire. It would have been a very, very satirical movie before we actually saw that this is how people behave. It's not about the pandemic, it's about climate change. And like, I actually didn't think that anything that happened was unrealistic at all. I think one of the reasons why it feels like it's a bad movie is because it's too real. And it is horrible, jarring, and uncomfortable for us to accept that this is the world that we live in when people are going to be like, it's not profitable right now to talk about this impending disaster that will take the lives of hundreds of millions of people because it doesn't poll well with our constituents. That really is the truth of the world that we live in, where they will withhold information from the public at large because it will make people upset. It really shows what happens if you mix billionaire crackpots with the dog government. Yep. Are we the Onion now? Yeah. Hi, Ian. Are you at work right now? Or do you go back to work tomorrow? And in the end, only the ones that get to survive were the ones that never cared enough to actually save humanity. Much like real life. Yeah, much like real life. So, I don't love our collapse on Reddit. I think that the collapse subreddit is kind of sad and depressing, but like one of the most intelligent things that I've heard in a really long time was somebody talking about how society has already collapsed for lots of different people. Like, there is no society, there is no communal existence for lots of people in the world. Society is already fully collapsed in its entirety for lots of people, and it's now just starting to like slowly collapse for lots of other people as well, and we're starting to notice en masse that like, oh my god, society is kind of crumbling all around us. But what's frustrating is that like For the mega ultra wealthy, that's not happening for them. They don't actually have to face climate change. The wealthiest people in the world, climate change doesn't bother them. If the ocean levels rise, they can afford to buy houses on the tops of mountains. If it gets too hot for them to stay in their homes near the equator, they can just move further north or south, and that's not a problem at all. And I think that's what Don't Look Up was showing us, that like the people who have the most power to solve these problems are not the ones who are going to be affected by it. So why would they even lift a pinky finger to solve a problem that will not affect them? What I liked about Don't Look Up is that I thought it was really funny. I thought that they did a good job of showing you the like helpless and hopeless situation that we're in, but allowing us to try to laugh in the interim. But the rich don't realize that they need the rest of us to work for them. It's gonna be like Lord of the Flies. I don't know if that's true though, because automation can really get a lot of things done, unfortunately. And by the way, you look good today. Thank you. I think a lot of people think that it will not affect them in their lives, so why do they care? Exactly, yes. I did think it was better than Melancholia. Oh, I still haven't even watched that. So what's the solution? Going back to pre-industrial civilization? That will kill billions. I feel like I just told you I was hungry and you were like, so then what's the solution? Jamming tacos down your asshole? And I'm like, that could be, but no. I don't think going back to like pre-industrial revolution is going to be very good. Just like if you're hungry, shoving tacos in your asshole is probably not going to make you less hungry, although it would be a way of getting food into your body. Taco enemas for everyone! Yeah, so the solution is actually much simpler. The solution to like saving humanity is, and it sounds really boring, and it's not like an immediate, quick solution. It's also not one that like looks really beautiful on camera. It's literally just like investing in school programs, paying our teachers more, investing more in infrastructure. It makes me absolutely fucking terrified that the reason that billionaires, governments, the wealthy, the like mega rich of the world have stopped investing in infrastructure and stopped investing in community programs. I mean, you do remember that millionaires and billionaires used to whip their dicks out and build schools and universities. They would build concert halls and museums and art galleries, and that was how they measured each other's dicks. Well, that's done now. We don't do that anymore. The millionaires and the billionaires are whipping their dicks out and having nesting yachts instead of like building music halls for people to enjoy. That wouldn't really work because it wouldn't go through the digestive system. Just like full anarchy is not a solution. Yes, that's why I said it, sweetheart. I said it because it wouldn't work. Space travel, space races, exactly. Yeah. Rockets. It's the billionaire space races. You have to force them to invest now. I mean, there's a lot of ways. Did the rich used to be more cultured than today? Not necessarily more cultured. I mean, it was always about measuring each other's dicks and outdoing one another. But they used to do it with community benefit. But now, why would they do anything to benefit their communities? Why would they? The situation starts with awareness. Once we're aware, companies can start working towards net zero and recycling programs. Oh, gosh. I don't know. I really don't know. Social democracy does not have effective solutions for our current world state. I mean, that's a bit defeatist. Yeah. So if we have more schools and roads, the climate will go back to normal? I'm not seeing the connection. I mean, I'm not here to overcome your willful ignorance. You understand that, right? Like, it's nobody's responsibility to, like, pull you out of your willful ignorance. We can just live underwater. Yeah, like the fucking dolphins decided. They were like, mammal on land, no thanks. Yeah. There's a very cool video on Sean's Discord about moon colonization. That'd be pretty exciting. That'd be pretty nice. It'd be pretty cool. Yeah. But like, you actually can't see a connection between improving the infrastructure in our cities and a reduction in greenhouse gases? Because to me, that seems pretty fucking cut and dry. If you have excellent infrastructure that allows your population to move freely and inexpensively and without leaving a gigantic, huge carbon footprint, you're going to reduce the amount of pollution that you pump into the atmosphere. One person in one car produces a lot of pollution. 50 people on one bus produces less pollution. Transporting materials cross-country produces a lot of pollution. Teaching people the skills and the abilities to be able to produce whatever the fuck they want, wherever the fuck they are, through education, is going to cut way down on the production costs of transporting things. Did you know that in the 50s and the 60s they had electric buses that produced no pollution? Oh my gosh, you hear these things and you want to be happy and inspired that we did good in the past, but it just makes me feel so sad that we decided not to. Improving infrastructure and logistics and shipping and international trade would reduce a lot of greenhouse emissions. Yeah. Educating younger people and allowing them the ability to create new types of jobs and new types of work is going to be wonderful. Where's electric buses in Boston? We have electric buses in Toronto as well. But the problem is that our roads are crummy. Our roads in Toronto are terrible. We have the added detriment that our ground freezes. The ground freezes, it changes shapes and sizes. So the roads need to be rebuilt constantly. Like, you can't just build a road and be like, well, this road will be here for the next 20 or 30 years, because the ground is going to freeze, it's going to melt, it's going to stretch, it's going to tug, it's going to crack, it's going to fall apart. You have to continuously be rebuilding those roads. Snow and rain and ice and hail and weather and wind and all of these things physically wreck the ability to move around the city. My hometown had all electric transport growing up 20 years ago. They replaced everything with diesel buses, and now they're getting electric buses again. Improving infrastructure would definitely improve your internet connection. Truly. Problem with electric vehicles in the past, they didn't have the battery capacity to have it be viable, but that's not a problem now because the technology to store energy in batteries has been growing truly exponentially. Even in my lifetime, I am 31 years old. Even in the past 31 years, the technology to store energy in batteries has exponentially grown to be and the capacity of solar panels has gone up huge. We're at 12%, 12, 11, 15% efficiency, down from 1 or 2% efficiency 30 years ago when they started making them. Did you know that the White House had solar panels on their roof way back in 1979? Jimmy Carter installed those fucking solar panels. Woo! 14 months with my man Z-Tone. Welcome back. Renewable electricity is efficient enough to completely replace fossil fuels if only we had the capacity to store it. But we do. We actually do. This idea, this myth, well, we don't have the batteries to store the energy. But we do. But we do. It's a balance of low upfront cost and continuous maintenance versus large upfront sun and long-lasting, high-quality roads. Yeah. Right. Just saying that you shouldn't feel bad, we regress, just being optimistic will make the change soon enough. And the next president, Ronald Reagan, removed the solar panels the very next year. What an absolute garbage person. Ronald Reagan and his dumb bitch of a wife, Nancy. Plus, electric cars are fast as fuck. Isn't Reagan an old dude? I think he's dead. Is Ronald Reagan dead? He's in hell right now. I just read an article about how they introduced lead gasoline knowing full well it was going to kill people, but it was cheap. Thanks, GM. I'm about to van life in the woods and take my anxieties away. I wanted to do that too. He died a while ago. Thank God. Reagan was the start of the downfall. Ruined education. Why not alcohol fuel? Thank God Ronald Reagan is dead. And thank God Jimmy Carter is still alive. Oh God. I probably just said that and killed the man. Gonna be in heaven partying with the... He died in 2004. Perfect. Awesome. My first year of high school. Yeah, I had the dream also. Maybe I still do have the dream of doing the bus life. Maybe I do, but maybe I wanted it like right away. And then the Gabby Petito case came out. And truly, I am just shocked that there aren't more stories about people doing bus trips and getting murdered by their partner because of the fucking stress of it all. The absolute fucking stress of it all. Just don't bring a partner. But then when I picked, okay, here, Sean, I'm gonna whip this out here for you. What's more dangerous for me to do? Have a partner that takes me out into the woods, pray to God that he doesn't murder me by strangling me to death after a fight that we will inevitably get into, or I go out into the woods by myself and fingers crossed don't get strangled to death by the strange man who's been following me in the woods for the past 18 months. Either way, I'm gonna get fucking strangled to death by some crazy fucking guy. It's just wacky. It's just crazy. Yeah, it is a lose-lose situation. It's so frustrating. It's like pretty frustrating when you're like a person and you're like, I wish I could go out and do things, but I'm also like a little bit worried about getting murdered. I just would rather not get murdered in the woods. Yeah. Lonely Stoner Boy. Man, have you found the right fucking stream to hang out in? Is this a horror movie? No. This is just like the reality of being a single person in the world. I hope that guys are not getting murdered left, right, and center by their romantic partners. But what's really scary to think about is that guys are getting murdered left, right, and center by other guys. Y'all are just, like, just getting murdered. I saw that Doug Ford was going to make an announcement today, and I was actually going to whip open the Ontario subreddit to see what he said. Let's see what they're going to tell us to do. Ontario announced a return to modified Step 2 beginning on January 5th. Schools will remain online for the next 2 weeks, gathering and industry-specific restrictions inside. Modified Step 2. Closing indoor concert venues, theaters, cinemas, rehearsals, and record performances permitted... Oh, wait, what? Is this even English? What the fuck? Closing indoor concert venues, theaters... Do they mean closing indoor concert venues, period? Theaters, cinemas, rehearsals, and recorder performances permitted with restrictions? This is bad. Personal care services permitted at 50% capacity and restrictions. So I can still get a haircut. Okay. No indoor dining. Yeah. B-ball, you didn't get timed out. You might have just used a word that got... Or, wait, I have no idea. I hope you had a terrific New Year's celebration. It was okay. Yeah. Yeah. Same thing is happening in your country as well. If they're going to make us stay home, they should at least send us some weed in the mail so we can enjoy ourselves. Don't worry, I'll enjoy the weed with you. I'm here for you. Is Step 2 a COVID thing over there? Yes. It must be nice to live in a country where COVID is being taken seriously. Kind of, yeah. Stream Elements just didn't like what you said for some reason. I'm so sorry. Maybe it sounded aggressive even though it wasn't aggressive. Yeah. Only 50% of your hair. Yeah, they can only cut 50% of my hair. Or they could send me some chocolate chip cookies every day. Woof. Jarls, hey, welcome back for 10 months. Thank you. Nice socks. Thank you. They go all the way down. Does this mess up your plans for tomorrow? No. I'm still going to see the movie tomorrow. I'm still going to go see Nightmare Alley tomorrow. Probably be the last movie that I see in theaters. I was saying a middle ground compromise is basically becoming a Black Widow, but in a different language. Oh, like if I learn martial arts, if I learn how to defend myself, I'm less likely to get killed. I wish that were true. I don't think that's true, though. What's your favorite area in Toronto? That's a good question. The last time somebody asked this, they were like, what's your favorite place in Toronto and your least favorite place in Toronto? And I said Roncesvalles for both of them. There are some parts of Roncesvalles which are so beautiful, like that one main street and like the little shops. They're all so beautiful and individual. The houses in that neighborhood are so gorgeous. But then also at the same time, my least favorite neighborhood is Roncesvalles because some of it is just like claptrap, like thrown up houses, like cheap fucking trap houses and like garbage all over the place. The Distillery District is Pog. Oh, Snickle Fritz. Oh God, I wanted to go to the Christmas market in the Distillery District this year. Fuck. I kind of forgot until you just said that right now, Ian. Jesus, it's so beautiful at Christmas. I like the idea of stuff being sent to our mailboxes. Yeah. Less likely, not a 1% chance, but the odds would be at least a bit lower. I guess so. It's pretty scary to like... so the thing about martial arts is that it can be really, really helpful and beneficial in self-defense. But I don't know. I think the problem that I have is that like, if somebody wants to hurt me, I kind of just like surrender myself to the idea that like, if somebody wants to hurt me, they're gonna find a way to hurt me, right? And that's like scary. But I like to think that I would fight back. I don't know. Imagine how much better McDonald's would taste if it had all natural ingredients. I mean, I guess so, yeah. Oh, yes, you tried to post a link and it got auto-blocked. Yeah, sorry, we don't allow links in chat because sometimes people post weird stuff. No one wants to hurt you. I mean, I don't know, Ian. Have you heard of something called YouTube? I get it. I could see you, like, wrecking some hopeless loser in the woods, though. I like to think that, like, my brothers raised me right. And my brothers raised me by getting, like, they just beat the shit out of me as a kid. So, like, I did lots of wrestling when I was younger. I guess so, yeah, Sir Knuckle, that's kind of what I'm thinking about. My grandfather used to say that locks only keep honest people out. Yeah, like, locks keep honest people out. Knowing how to defend yourself against attack would work against somebody who doesn't want to give everything to hurt you, but that's really it. It's like, is your will to survive stronger than their will to hurt you? Have you tried the McPlant burger? No, I haven't. Sweet baby boy, Ian. I want to drop by and say, hey, Happy New Year's. Wish you all the happiness and success in the new year. Thanks, Sparksfire. I hope you have a beautiful day as well. Disembodied internet people aren't worth thinking about. I mean, I guess so, yeah. But it is like one of the more like negative things about being an internet person. Is that like people make YouTube videos saying really like harsh, awful things about everybody. Oh my God. It's like basically impossible to find YouTube videos that are like, hey, my entire channel is just saying nice things about other people. But it does feel frustrating that people don't realize that like you're really riling up a very dangerous subsection of the population in violent ways. It's scary. Winfrey is visiting my island campsite and she's so graceful looking. Oh, Whitney, sorry, not Winfrey. Whitney is so beautiful. Grill finally woke up. It looks like No Way Home isn't in the cards today. Oh, let the man sleep. Locks give you time, and if someone has to damage your property to enter, it'll probably make enough noise to alarm you. Oh no, the phrase that locks keep honest people out is that somebody who would see a lock and be like, oh, well, this is locked and I shouldn't go inside to get whatever I want is an honest person. But like locks don't keep bad people out. Locks wouldn't even faze a bad person. True, people are shitty, but you also get to meet all kinds of good people too. It's true. Click the link. No, thank you. I don't care for your links, my dearest. You're right, but YouTube is based on an algorithm and it's the shock value that reels in the views. It's true, the algorithms are really bad. There was like a little study that came out a couple weeks ago talking about how, to the contrary of popular belief, Twitter, Facebook, all of these social media platforms actually amplify ultra-conservative voices instead of ultra-liberal voices. Yeah, that's a bad sign. That's like a bad that's like a bad sign. Again, you have to either laugh at this or you have to give up all hope of having any sane existence. So I'm just going to go ahead and laugh about it. I'm just going to laugh about it. There's a fun video on Sportsnet of an interviewer asking the Raptors to pronounce street names, like Roncesvalles is one of them. Strawn would be another one. There's a street in Toronto called Strawn. It's pronounced Strawn. It is spelled S-T-R-A-C-H-A-N. You know, Strawn. S-T-R-A-C-H-A-N. Strawn. I don't think I've had a campsite villager in like 10 days or something. I've been inviting villagers to my campsite using the amiibo cards that I got for Christmas. As one spells Strawn. S-T-R-A-C-H-A-N. And then if you pronounce it Strachan, people laugh at you. And you're like, oh, I'm sorry. I was just raised to sound words out like a fucking normal person. Queen's Quay is another one. Queen's Quay is written Queen's Q-U-A-Y. Queen's Quay? Quay. Again, people will laugh at you and be like, ew, oh my god, you're so dumb. Queen's Quay? You mean Queen's Quay? And you're like, I'm sorry, Q-U-A-Y? Yeah, key. I wanted to buy some amiibo cards, but the store only had series 1 to 4. You still should. The series 5 and 6 ones just have new characters, but you can still get like the base 400 characters in the old packs. They're still worth it to get. Have you built Isabel's house yet? I want to see pictures. I haven't done Isabel's house and I haven't done Celeste's house, but I think those will be the first 2 that I do. Maybe like later today. Maybe I'll do it on Discord tonight with you guys. We could do it together. I haven't like, my internet's been so like unreliable and crummy, but now it's good. So I want to come and hang out on Discord tonight. I'm sorry, I think I'm hiccuping or burping at the same time. I can't really tell. Do they work on New Horizons? Yes. Yeah, they do. Oh no, that was like a hiccup. Sorry about that. I really do not want to get the hiccups. I really don't. Do you like Harry Potter? I really do. I just rewatched all the Harry Potter movies as like my Christmas Day marathon this year. And wow, they get so adult. Holy fuck. Like the subject matter is always kind of adult. Harry is definitely being abused by his family in the first movie. But they go so fucking hard in the last ones. What did you do for New Year's? I streamed a little bit, yeah. Did you swap any villagers out from your island for an amiibo card villager? I didn't. All of my islanders are my dreamies, and I love them all so much. Does that mean that you don't like Harry Potter? I don't like getting the hiccups. So I was just trying to breathe through getting the hiccups. The Goblet of Fire, huge shift. Big shift, yeah. I actually, like, Harry Potter 7 Part 1, the beginning of it upset me. I was like, I've seen this, it's totally fine. But there's like a scene in Malfoy Manor where Voldemort brings in the Muggles study teacher from Hogwarts and she's like floating immobilized above the table, crying, begging for her life. And I was horrified. I was like, I remember watching this and being like, yeah, that's scary. But now, rewatching it, I was like, oh my god! Did you watch the 20-year reunion that just came out? No, I didn't. I should have insisted that we did, but I was busy watching The Wire. Prisoner of Azkaban, when Alfonso Cuarón took over the direction, yeah, it was also a very, very large shift. They should increase it to 11 so you can have Cephalopod on your island. I think I might just, like, rotate all of my favorite amiibo card characters on my campsite, and then they're, like, my 11th villager. And plus, I'm going to make them all houses in Happy Home Paradise so that I can go visit them whenever I want and they can work on my island. Yo, what up? What's up, baby? How you doing? What's up, Visas? What's up? You're watching The Wire? I love that show. I am watching it. It's very, 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 very good. And very, very difficult to watch because it's so good. It wouldn't be upsetting if it wasn't so great. We can watch the reunion sometime if you're free. I would love to, Dashing. Yeah, I would love to watch the Harry Potter reunion. I think I'm going to cry. Kind of, I don't know, this is so bizarre, but like maybe I'm just not seeing it from his perspective. But there was commercials for the Harry Potter reunion playing, and they kept using this one clip of Rupert Grint saying to Emma Watson, we'll be in each other's lives forever. You're like my family now. And my stepdad scoffed at it, and he said, no, you're not. And he thought it was really ridiculous that Rupert Grint would say to Emma Watson that they're family now and that they'll always be in each other's lives. And I was so confused. I didn't ask him. I didn't want to press it or anything. But I thought it was so confusing that I was like, wait, you actually think that these two people who had the majority of their childhood and growing up years spent together on a film set? I was just like, of course they're going to be in each other's lives forever and ever and ever. They might have a falling out, of course. You can't see the future. There could be a terrible falling out that they have eventually. But they spent 10 years together working on these movies. Emma Watson said something about them kissing being the most traumatizing experience, and Rupert Grint looks so devastated. I mean, nobody wants to hear that kissing them was really, really bad, but you felt it in the movies. There was very, very little sexual chemistry throughout the entirety of Harry Potter, and that's to be expected when you have kids on set together and then they grow up together. Same with the two Stark sisters on Game of Thrones. They're best friends forever now. Yeah. I can't wait to see what you do with Sasha and Yone's houses. They're making them to be the same house, right? Oh, I've already done Yone's house. She was on the beach one day, or she was in my restaurant one day. I've actually already done Yone's house. I can show it to you. I really like it. But I haven't done Sasha's house. Yeah, she showed up on my island one day. Yeah, I did her before I even got the Amiibo card, but now I'm so happy that I have the Amiibo card so I can... Oh, I'll show it to you. It's quite beautiful. Yeah, I like the layout of her house. It kind of reminds me of my Big Fat Greek Wedding, but that's probably just because there's a lot of blue and white, which are very Greek colors. I did their house in the DLC, yes, but not on the base game, but I did do Texas house, so now all 10 of my villagers' houses are fully redecorated. I felt kind of sad about doing Texas house. It looks a little under-decorated for my taste, but also Tex is such a cool, minimalistic guy. It works for him. But The Big Bang Theory also stopped because the actors also got too old for the show, and that's why it stopped. The Big Bang Theory never should have begun. Much like the use of Agent Orange in Warfare, it is an atrocity. Do you watch anime? I do like anime. I saw you on New Year's Eve and you looked zooted. It's why I don't do late night streams. I'm so sorry, guys. I get so sleepy. The girls in Ted Lasso, too. Oh, I can't wait to watch Ted Lasso. Tex likes it simple, just like Hans. V, did you have a black guy at your place the other day? My roommate is a very handsome black man. He's one of my best friends. Yes, he is black. It was cute. You were showing your friend the stream. Yeah, it was fun. He was also very sleepy as well. I've heard such good things about Ted Lasso. I can't wait to watch it. It was fun. And then when I was done streaming, I got in an Uber and I went back over to the guy that I'm seeing's house. And we stayed up and we watched a couple episodes of Seinfeld. And we snuggled on the couch. And then we went to bed. And we slept in really late. It was nice. It was nice. There was lots of snow, and then we took my dog to a park, and we were playing with my dog in the snow in the park, and it was really cute. And have you ever dated somebody and they get a phone call while you're hanging out? And have you ever had either of these situations happen? The first situation is they get a phone call, they answer, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm just hanging out with somebody right now. Or they get a phone call and they go, yeah, I'm hanging out with V right now. Because, I've dated guys before where, we're not dating in such a serious way. Where, if they said, I'm hanging out with V, their friends would know who they were talking about or what they were doing or the significance of that. Yeah, sometimes it's oh, I'm just hanging out with somebody because, talking about the specific name and the specific person you're with feels a little bit too personal. So, when we were hanging out, he was, we were, playing in the snow together. We were, chasing my dog around. It was so cute and so fun. He got a phone call, and he was oh, hey, I'm actually just hanging out with V and Bal right now. And I was he not only said my name, but he said my dog's name. And then the person on the phone was who's Bal? And he was oh, it's V's dog. And I was oh! It made me feel so special. That, like, it wasn't just, like, he was just hanging out with some person. Like, he said my name. Like, it meant something. It made me feel so special. I loved it. It made me feel like I was somebody. Instead of just somebody. You know what I mean? Yeah. I've done that to guys, though. I've definitely been, like, hanging out with a guy, and my mom will call, and I'll be like, sorry, it's my mom. And my mom will be like, hey, what are you doing right now? And I'm like, nothing. I'm not about to tell my mom that I'm hanging out with a boy. She'd be disappointed in me. My mom really wants me to, like, stay single for, like, my entire life. But she also, at the same time, wants grandkids. Be single, but give me grandchildren. It means that he told his friends about you, which is fun and exciting. Exactly, yeah. I'm not just like some girl he's dating. I'm V. Just kidding. He doesn't call me by my name. It's all nicknames, baby. It's nicknames all the way down. But I love that shit. Is Bal around? For you, Flying Rat Man, I'll bring her over. Hey, beautiful girl. Oh, big stretch for such a little puppy. Why does your tail look not longer than normal? Come here. Come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here. Hi. Do you want to come up? Can I give you a snuggle for Flying Rat Man? He wants to see your beautiful face. Come here. Aw. No, she's not coming. She's just sitting on the couch. Oh my gosh, you redeemed a treat for the puppy. Puppy, do you want a treat? Okay, let's get you a treat. She doesn't believe. She does now. She's going. She went into the kitchen. More treats for the puppy. The puppy can have treats. That's fine. Although she did have some very unusual bowel issues a couple days ago. Okay, up you go. This is a Christmas cookie that we got from the groomers that I haven't fed her yet. Okay, here you go. Oh my gosh, that was my hand. It's good, right? It's good times. Okay, you want more? Oh, God, okay, now eat all those crumbs too. Were you just singing the Encanto songs? I can't stop. I'm obsessed. I love them. Okay. Are you gonna sit with me? She tried to jump away, but I caught her. I'm sorry. I got you. I got you. I got you. If you guys haven't seen Encanto, you caught her, and I did catch her in midair. She tried to jump away, but I caught her. Did you hear that? You're the best puppy in the whole wide world. Okay. Does she sleep with you on your bed at night? No. She sleeps in the middle of the bed, and I sleep in the bed with her. Like, she truly takes up the entire middle section of the bed, and then I just, like, squidge my body around her to the best of my ability. But, like, she sleeps in the middle of the bed, and I can't move her, because she's so sweet. I finally saw Encanto. That scene where the grandmother is telling her life story got me good. So the movie opens with her, like, describing how they got to the Encanto and, like, how all of this has happened. But then in the climax of the movie, they show that story again. And it's way more intense. I love it. I'm actually tearing up just thinking about it. I liked it that much. This is Bal's world, and we're all just living in it. Yes, like, entirely. Hey, beautiful girl. Yeah. I have a 40-kilogram Doberman doing it. Ooh, she's only 22 pounds. She's 22 pounds of pure love and fluff. Aren't you, Bal? Oh, baby. What's your glum little face? You're hot. How old is the dog? She's 4. Oh, hey, CrossFit Jesus. Welcome for 2 months, CrossFit Jesus. I'm so happy to see you here. Well, how's your day going? So she's a baby still. She is still a baby. Thank you for understanding. Okay. Come here. You're hot. Yeah, can you sit? Yeah, like that. Jesus, Ian. Way to words, Ian. She is a really, really sweet, wonderful dog. I feel actually super lucky to have her. So some dogs, the second you take their leash off, will just bolt. And you have to like really, really, really train them, and you have to really incentivize them with like food and treats and like various other things to keep them from like bolting and running off. What I absolutely love is that if I take her off her leash, she's never gonna run out of sight of me, ever. She would just never. She just wouldn't. Like, it wouldn't even cross her mind. I take her leash off and she gets closer to me, basically. Like, she's like, even the leash is a boundary that I must overcome. And she just gets closer and closer. So I feel really lucky that she wants to spend so much time with me and hang out with me. And she doesn't run away. Although this morning, I always forget that she is a dog, though. And that, like, just because she's my baby and I know that she's, like, a sweet, gentle goofball, not everybody else does. And I had the experience this morning when I took her for a walk. We were, like, meandering through the neighborhood, as we always do. She stops to, like, smell things all the time. But she's also very, very friendly. And, like, if you were walking down the street next to us and we walked by you, she would stop what she was doing and she would walk up to you to sniff you. Like, she loves strangers. She loves other people. So she will usually stop what she's doing and she will like walk up to somebody to sniff them, and she does kind of like do it quickly. So this morning she was like sniffing a plant over on my right side and somebody was walking past me on my left, and she took a few quick steps behind me to like get close to the person who was walking by to smell them. Her tail was wagging. She's obviously a very friendly looking dog. She's fluffy and adorable. But she did move quickly toward this guy who was just walking down the street, and he flinched away so hard. He actually took several fast steps, like in a big circle around us. He flinched away so hard and reacted as if she had like lunged at him with her teeth bared, basically. And I apologized. I was like, I'm so sorry. And then I felt a little bit like, wow, like, you're such a fucking pussy. This like little dog takes 3 steps towards you and you flinch away. And then I felt very guilty about that being my first reaction, because that comes from like a very negative place. You're not a coward if you flinch away from a strange dog coming towards you. Those are good instincts. You can't know if dogs are friendly or not. I don't know what this guy's I don't know what this guy's history is. What if he was mauled by a dog when he was a kid? What if his sister was mauled by a dog when he was a kid? What if his mother was? Like, there's a million reasons why he would be afraid of all dogs. And I did feel really bad that, like, my first thought was like, whoa, calm down, dude, it's fine. Instead of my first thought being like, hey, your actions could actually be perceived as kind of threatening to somebody who isn't comfortable around dogs. He also might just be a cat person as well. Yeah. Some people are deathly afraid of dogs, and those people don't have pets, but that's okay. I think the same, yeah. People who haven't lived with dogs are usually really bad at reading dogs, and you just forget about it when they're so natural to you. Yeah, so like, one time I went to the dog park, and I love dogs. I grew up with dogs. I've always been around dogs. I feel like I can sometimes read animal body language better than people body language. And we went to the park, and it was ice everywhere. And as soon as we got there, there was a huge Rottweiler. Like, not just like a Rottweiler breed, like, she was a Rottweiler. She was a big Rottweiler, probably heavier than me, honestly. Like, if I got down on all fours, this dog was much bigger than me. Like, thicker body, thicker neck, thicker head, thicker arms, thicker legs. Like, this huge Rottweiler sees me and runs the full length of the park just directly at me. And seeing a dog bigger than you running towards you would be terrifying. But this girl, this dog was running to her tail was up and she was wagging. She was like panting in a normal way, and she ran and she slid and she bumped into me, and I was petting her and I was like, you sweet baby. And her owner was like, wow, you took that really well. She's like, most people are deathly afraid of my dog. And I'm like, no, she's just such a sweetheart. Like, you can tell by their body language, but unless you grew up with dogs, you cannot tell by their body language. I flinch just because usually when I'm taking a walk, I have a lot of things on my mind, and I get surprised by a little creature running to me. I don't flinch because it's a dog. I flinch because it's anything. That's a really good point as well. This guy might have also just thought that, like, I was turning around to grab him, and he would have reacted in the same way. I'm usually not paying attention to my surroundings, which is a bad habit. It might also be caused by social anxiety. I was reading this little study that I found on Reddit about that, how people with social anxiety take in less of their surroundings because they're trying so hard to not make eye contact with people, they even stop looking around at all. Since I read that, I've noticed that in myself too, that like when I'm walking around outside and there's nobody around me, I look around so much more. But if I'm like out in public and there's millions of people around me, I try to like keep my eyes down and not make too much eye contact. Like I said, I have a 40 kilogram Doberman and people shit themselves, but she's a baby. Now this is, okay, if we're gonna get into a dog talk, let's get into the most controversial conversation around dogs, which is of course always pit bulls. I love dogs. I was raised also to believe that there's no such thing as a bad dog. There are bad owners. Any dog can be violent if they are not raised with the right type of care that they require, right? The difficulty, and like I feel pretty conflicted about this because on one hand, I love all dogs and I think all dogs go to heaven, and there are good owners who can raise responsible, safe dogs. But then I also understand that there is human nature, and then there is animal nature. And like I've seen some humans be pretty fucking animalistic, and I've seen some animals be pretty fucking human, and I've seen some animals be pretty fucking animal. I grew up around pit bulls, and that saying is very true. My dog is a pit bull, and she's so nice. Yeah, bye KG, have a good day. I do worry though that like the actual nature of pit bulls, the way that they've been raised, the brain chemistry that has been prized in their not grooming, but in their breeding, or groomed in their breeding as well. I think we should stop having dog breeds. Oh, you're so cute. I think maybe we should like stop having rigid dog breeds altogether. Everybody knows you're so fucking cute. Oh, sorry. Everybody knows you're so fucking cute. Sorry, baby. You have to keep in mind that most humans are bad. Yeah, where's your citation for that? Earth. No. Humans aren't even, like, humans don't even account for, like, 1% of the biomass on this planet. I don't think we get to, like, claim the whole planet as ours. They're dominant dogs for sure, and the owners really do have to be the ones in charge. Mm-hmm. Dobermans used to be aggressive, but that's mostly been bred out of them. That's wonderful. It's awfully cynical to think that most people are bad. It is awfully cynical to think that most people are bad, but it's not an unusual perspective. Really, it's not. But then you do have to recognize that that is just your perspective. If you believe that the world is a shitty place, you will find confirmation of that bias. Absolutely. You don't have to look far. If you believe that all humans are bad, you can find evidence of that very quickly and very easily. But that doesn't necessarily mean that it is the truth. More than one thing can be true, right? So it can be true that there are lots of bad humans, but then it is also equally true that there are lots of really good humans. One of my villagers asked to trade something I had in my inventory. I've never had that happen to me before. Right, Ritus? Yeah. So, there have been, since the update, some like new interactions that you can have with different villagers. I like it. I'm wrong. Oh, okay. Wait, can you be more specific about how I was wrong? Otherwise, I'll never learn. I guess like as far as pit bulls go, I think that it might just boil down to that animal owners just need to be more responsible, full stop. A lot of people think that like having a pet is like buying a nice CD player. Yeah, you have to like dust it every once in a while and make sure it's plugged in, connectedly strong, but and like, no, having a pet is like having a kid. Most humans are not good. Okay. Well, you yourself are a great example of not good humans. You are not good at describing or explaining this feeling. I'm not trying to hurt you. Also, you've had your Twitch account since 2011. Is anybody surprised that a person who has a Twitch account over 10 years old thinks that all humans are bad? Can we see maybe a correlation between the amount of time that you spend on Twitch and on the internet and your... What does the word supposition mean? Just throwing that out there. Because, like... I went to the grocery store yesterday. And I had to step around a person so that I could get to the shake and bake. And that person took a small step to the side so that I would have room to walk through. And so that person, from my perspective, was a good person. They just made a tiny little bit of space for me, and it actually made me feel really comfortable and happy. So, like, I don't know if everybody is bad. I think if you go out into the real world and you actually physically interact with people without the perspective that all people are bad, you might actually find some really good people. Supposition. An uncertain belief. Yeah. Yes, it does. I mean, the supposition that all people are bad feels fairly uncertain. Blood Skull. Oh my god, how are you doing? I haven't seen your name in so long. Shake and bake. Now I want chicken. On the topic of fur babies, how long would you be able to leave your pet in somebody else's care? Not 0 minutes. 0 minutes. I love my cat and I love my dog so much. It makes me infinitely anxious to have to leave them alone. Everyone has their light and their dark side, of course. If most people were bad, most of us would be dead, to be honest. I mean, Rich Forever, most people are dead. There is a much higher percentage of dead humans than alive humans. I knew it was related to suppositories. You can tell that V was raised by her father? No, my dad was an alcoholic who was emotionally manipulative and psychologically abusive. My mom actually raised me. I can't leave the dog home alone for more than a few hours. I can't leave my baby puppy. I love this dog so much. Your mom was your dad too. In many ways, yes. Actually, in many ways, my brother was like my dad. My big brother was like very similar to like how I had hoped my dad would be, in that like he encouraged my hobbies and he helped me understand my own moral compass. My brother is an incredible man who I love very, very much. And this dog, also a very silly, very, very silly puppy. Yeah, who loves fucking nose rubs. You could literally never rub her nose enough. Would you be a firebender? I'd be an airbender. Shave my head, give me the tattoos, airbender. Nomadic lifestyle, baby. You like that? You like that? Honk, honk. Your nose is warm. Does that mean you're sick and dying? Is it too hot in here? Should I turn off the heat? Monk life. Waterbending would also be pretty legit. Yeah, waterbending would be cool. Water or airbending. I just know I wouldn't be an earthbender. I'm just not an earthbendy person. Me throwing a rock. Rocks. Rocks. Waterbending for me. I've never seen anything in the series but water for me. I love the airbending. I really, really do. Look at this big fluffy baby. She already looks so fluffy and she just got a haircut. Little hamburger head. Throws rock. But also, I'd be a non-bender like Ty Lee. Just get like really, really good at pressure points and just like bah, 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 and get all the fucking benders. Bah, 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 bah. So I bopped him. I gave him a bop. Throws pepper. There is, okay, so there's going to be a live action Avatar The Last Airbender TV show. I'm going to watch it. Netflix is doing it. The original creators of the show have... Did they disavow? How did they extricate themselves from the production? I'm not entirely sure, but they were involved initially with the creation of the TV show, and then the two creators were like, actually, we're stepping away. We're actually not going to be a part of this. And they made a statement that they were like, this is like not, this is like going on without our input and without our consideration. So I'm so intrigued. Like, they walked away from it. But the casting seems incredible. All the live action adaptations that I've watched have honestly sucked. You're not wrong. You are not wrong. Not even a little bit wrong. And I don't think you're exaggerating. I think we should all do ourselves the favor of going back and watching the original live action 101 Dalmatians starring Glenn Close, Jeff Daniels, and Jolie Richardson. Because we deserve it. We deserve a good live action adaptation. And we know that they're possible because 101 Dalmatians live action was a perfect movie. Mr. Weasley and Dr. House as Horace and fucking... What's the other guy's name? Horace and... Fernando? I can't even remember what the other guy's name is. But, like, them as the, like, Robert... It's just perfect. It's a perfect movie. I love 101 Dalmatians. Yeah, it's probably gonna be bad, though. But I'm gonna watch the fuck out of it. There is no live-action Avatar movie. Absolutely no movie, live-action Avatar movie. It never made. Never made to the screen. Just never happened. To be honest, I'm not looking forward to any live actions that Netflix involves themselves with. Like, how do you butcher Death Note or Cowboy Bebop? They're the Grim Reaper of anime and cartoons. They fucked them up real bad. Yeah, I never even watched the live-action Death Note. I love myself, so... Sonic movie is another one of those rare movies of a good adaptation. Yeah. The foreshadow... And you're forgetting about the masterpiece that is the Super Mario Brothers. His name is Mario and Luigi Mario. Their names are Mario and Luigi Mario. Oh, Fiona Shaw is so fucking sexy. Let me remind you, do you remember the scene in Harry Potter and the Order of the Phoenix where Harry drags a comatose Dudley home after being attacked by Dementors in the, like, underpass by the park? And Fiona Shaw, Aunt Petunia, is wearing a little mini dress because it's like the middle of a heat wave. It's so hot. And she's perched on the armchair that Dudley is sitting in, convalescing from his encounter with the Dementors. Fiona Shaw's body is so fucking sexy. It takes my breath away. She is so hot. I told my stepdad to rewind so that he could appreciate it. I was like, whoa, rewind and check out Aunt Petunia's fucking rockin' bod. And he was like, damn, look at that body. She's so hot. She has better legs than I do. Please, you should go back and watch The Prisoner of Azkaban. Sorry, not The Prisoner of Azkaban. Pardon me. The Order of the Phoenix. You should go back and watch The Order of the Phoenix. Number 1, it is the best Harry Potter movie. Oh, what's up, Looter? Welcome. Sorry, Looter. Hey, welcome to the Blanket Fort. I'm very glad you're here. It's your first time subscribing. Pull up a pillow. Get cozy. I thought there was a really garbage acted out Avatar film that was burned to the ground with reviews. That never happened. That never existed. M. Night Shyamalan has never had any hand in the Avatar universe, so I don't know what you're talking about. I must have been too young for that then. Is that even possible? She's so hot. She's so hot. Her body's so hot. She's got such a fucking insanely banging goddamn body. Looter, I'm very glad that you're here now, my man. I was way too occupied with the Dursleys being asses to Harry to notice her. She's so hot. So hot. Do yourself a favor. Imelda Staunton as Professor Umbridge is also like... Oh, fuck. The hottest Harry Potter character for me was Luna. Oh, Luna is so... I mean, they're children, so, like, let's be careful about sexualizing the kids. But Luna is incredible. Luna wasn't even acting. Ivana Lynch, who plays her, it just is Luna Lovegood. Like, they didn't even have to get her to... I don't think they even gave her the script. They truly just pointed her towards the other actors, and they're like, you do you, baby. Hermione's super... Emma Watson's gorgeous. Like, so gorgeous. Although I did dislike, and upon rewatching was really, really off-put by how they styled her hair. By the 5th movie, she's like almost a platinum blonde. She's got like very, very blonde hair. And I was like, I hate this. It doesn't look good on her. Personally, it doesn't like look good on Emma Watson. She looks really good as a brunette. It didn't fit the character of Hermione either. I thought it was a really weird choice. And it stood out to me because I was just like, wow, Hermione's hair is like, it looks bad in the wrong way. Hello from Paris. Bonjour. Hi, how's it going? The way that you feel about Avatar is the way that I feel about Godzilla 1998. I can't even remember Godzilla 1998. Is that the one with Harry Shearer in it? Buongiorno. That means it's going to be a great giorno in Italian. There was an Avatar The Last Airbender film in 2010 with a 4 out of IMDb. No. No. That never happened. That literally never happened. Please. I'm curious about the dog's mind. If the dog thinks, who is she talking to? And just like talks. So many people, I truly do believe that there are 3 personality types on the internet. The first personality type on the internet is women only want to date tall men. This is a Venn diagram, so there is some overlap in these 3 personality types. But to be honest, there are 3 personality types on the internet. Women only want to date tall men. Pineapple on pizza is gross. And do dogs wonder who we're talking to when there's nobody else in the room? And that's it. I have just described 99.9% of all the personalities that people have on the internet. And don't forget bacon. That's kind of more of a Canadian thing. So I actually don't, whenever somebody like is, my whole personality is bacon, I'm like, are you Canadian? I'm all 3. There is overlap in these Venn diagrams. Yeah, it's a Venn diagram of personalities. Some people are just 1, some people are 2, some people are all 3. But like, no, my dog is not wondering who I'm talking to. Just like when you talk on the phone, your dog isn't like, who the fuck are they talking to? Yeah, I love bacon. I love bacon on pizza. I love pineapple on pizza. I don't ever wonder if my dog wonders who I'm talking to. I mean, like, I also talk out loud to myself when I'm home alone. Like, don't forget to get the garbage can and take it out. Like, you have to take the garbage out tonight. Like, I'll say those things to myself as well. I also sing a lot to myself. So, like, no, I don't think she's, like, shocked or, like, confused by what I'm doing. Number 2 is a personal attack on me. How dare you? I will fight you. I will fight you in the street. I will fight you in the street. I will fuck your mother. You know what, Flying Rat Man? Nobody has ever asked if I wonder who Bal is talking to, and I do. I do all the time. She's about to bark. Look. Who are you talking to? Who? Who are you talking to? There's nobody in the room. There's nothing. Who are you talking to? Are there other dogs in this apartment? Are you lying to me? Why would I fight them in the street? Oh, to do it publicly. Like, if that was my assertion that, like, I will fight you publicly in the street. And also, you're not supposed to fight inside. What if you knock over a priceless vase? Or vase? You're scaring her. No, she's used to it. People who dislike pineapple on pizza have not had good pineapple on pizza, in my opinion. People who dislike pineapple on pizza, I think, are struggling to form any other type of opinions. Full stop. Good vibes only. Sorry, Val. I didn't mean to scream at you, but also no more barking. Now I'm gonna chug this tea. You ready? Ready for me to chug this tea, baby? Okay, now you guys tell me the 3 personalities that women have on the internet. Your dog needs hugs. I'll hug her with my legs. What are you looking at? I used to not like pineapple on pizza until I had it on barbecue sauce with bacon. Perfect pineapple pizza. Oh yeah, that would make sense. I'm not a huge fan of like marinara sauce, personally. Yeah. Avatar of Win, you nailed it. That's a trick question. There are no women on the internet. I always forget that there's no women, there's no girls on the internet, there's no women on the internet. I always forget. You guys are doing a really good job of imitating us. It's confusing. Confused. One has to be the girl who asks how tall you are. I mean, that would pair up really well with that, like, the assertion that trendy girls, the realist, and gamers. Oh, nice. Yeah. Yeah. That's good shit. There are no women on the internet. There's not a single woman on the internet. It's just all men pretending to be women. Even and especially me. Sweet tea or unsweet tea? Unsweet, just plain black. Yeah, trendy girls, the realist girls, and the gamer girls. Manifesting girls. Okay, so was watching Seinfeld. Was watching Seinfeld with the guy that I'm dating. And it's the episode where Elaine goes to the gym and she gets really mixed signals from a guy that she runs into at the gym. He's like really weird. It's weird mixed signals from this guy at the gym. And the actor who's playing the gym guy is working out in basically every scene that he's in, and he's wearing like a tank top. And this guy, his chest hair grew from his chest up onto his shoulders and then down onto his arms. Like, so he had chest hair, he had hair on his like shoulders over here, and then he had hair on his arms. And the guy that I'm dating saw that and he was like, "Oh, that is disgusting." I was like, what? What's disgusting? I thought I wasn't paying attention. Like, I thought he did something and I wasn't paying attention. And I was like, wait, what's disgusting? He's like, his hair all over his shoulders is disgusting. And I was just floored. I've never heard of a guy disliking other guys' body hair. He has like a really like particular feeling about this. And he's just like, he thought it was so gross, but like, I didn't care at all. It doesn't bother me at all. Like, oh my gosh, I've dated guys who like they grew hair everywhere, like everywhere, like hair on their backs, hair on their butts, hair on their shoulders, hair on their arms, hair on their neck. Like, I love body hair. I actually think it's kind of attractive, but it was so jarring to me that he didn't. And I'm just constantly reminded that like people have really specific attributes that they find attractive and really specific attributes that they find unattractive. You dated a werewolf? I've dated some really hairy guys. Yeah, I've also dated like completely hairless dudes as well. I've dated guys who I am way hairier than. Like, I have more hair on my arms, I have more hair on my legs than they do. Like, I've dated all sides. I've never dated or not dated a guy based on his appearance. Ever. Like, never, ever, ever. I have broken up with a guy because he didn't floss. I've definitely not dated some guys because they had bad shoes. Oh. And that sounds super duper shallow. And that's okay. I admit it. I have definitely said no to a guy because he had bad shoes. And I was just like, I cannot be seen with those shoes. I feel embarrassed that people would even imagine that I would fuck somebody with bad shoes. Floss like the floss dance? No, he was so cute. He was so fucking cute. And he didn't floss. He also didn't have a job. But he was a trust fund kid. So, like, he was independently wealthy. But he didn't floss. And I was like, you have to floss. Did he have stinky breath? A little bit, yeah. We were pretty young. He was like 3 or 4 years younger than me when we dated. So he was pretty young, so it wasn't a huge problem, but I was just like, no, this is not gonna work. What is a trust fund kid? They have money. They are like left an amount of money through their family, and it's held in a trust fund. Oh, shoot. Sorry, I'm going to scroll up because I think what you were saying was interesting. Is there still music playing, or did the song stop? I'm dating a guy who is very hairy. And when I told him that I thought it was sexy and manly, he said he only had girlfriends who disliked their hair. I also find it very sexy and manly, but I also am, like, totally fine dating somebody who's not hairy either. Oh, the music did stop. Okay. Are you sure you don't just want me to sing for you? Just kidding. V. Rob in the Cradle. The youngest guy that I've ever dated was 3 years younger than me. And 3 years is like a considerable amount of time younger, yeah. But why floss and you can afford the dental? Flying and we live in Canada. We do not have universal dental health care, unfortunately. Coming from the poor life, a lot of women miss out on really good dudes because they have bad shoes. I'm not saying that you need to have expensive shoes to be good shoes. I don't wear expensive shoes. Having bad shoes is more about like taste and style. It actually has nothing to do with money. I guess there's 4 types of guys on the internet. The ones who say women only date tall men, the ones who don't like pineapple on pizza, the ones who can't understand that your dog isn't wondering who you're talking to, and then the men who think that women only care about money. Which is weird because these are the same types of men who also wouldn't date a girl who wasn't earning enough money for their liking as well. It's weird how that goes both ways. And who's the oldest guy that you've ever dated? Probably this guy is the oldest that I've dated. He's 38, so he's 7 years older than me. Which isn't a problem at all. We've had like pretty similar life experiences growing up. The only time that it gets weird is when we watch old movies or old TV shows, and he's like, I loved watching this in university. And I was like, oh, I didn't watch this because I was in elementary school when you were in university, which sounds really crazy. Like the idea of a university man dating an elementary school child is fucked up and weird. But it's okay because I'm 31 and he's 38. And we met when we were this age. Oh, don't worry. I didn't pursue a girl because she had an... Oh, sorry. Oh, Callie. Welcome back, Callie. Happy New Year. How was your holiday? Rich Forever didn't pursue a girl because she had an entire closet that was wall-to-wall shoes. Too many shoes to move for the future for me. Oh, my gosh. Oh, my gosh. Yeah. Yeah. It depends on the age that you meet, definitely. Definitely depends on the age that you meet, yeah. Mm-hmm. All these things are taken into consideration, absolutely. Dude, you're only 31, but you look like you're in your early 20s. I think in real life I look a little bit older, because, like, you can't really see on camera unless I got, like, super duper close. Unless I, like, put my face, like, right up in front of the camera. But, like, I don't know, I have, like, forehead wrinkles. I don't have, like, wrinkles here, but I do have, like, a forehead wrinkle, and, like, I got, like, a whole splash of gray hairs in here coming off my temples, so I don't know, I like getting older. It is a privilege denied to many, so we should enjoy it while we got it. Do you use dating apps or do you find people IRL? I use dating apps. I find them to be, like, not absolutely atrocious for me, but that's because, like, how I look and also my personality. Like, I'm outgoing enough that, like, I can strike up and continue a conversation with anybody. Like, even the most, like, difficult introverted people, like, I can bring you out of your shell and I can, like, have a good conversation with you. Oh my god, look at you sitting on, oh my gosh, on Perker. So, it's not hard for me to meet people, but it is really hard for me to feel like I have a connection with somebody. I'm 31, but everyone also says that I look like I'm 20. I mean, I still get carded when I go to buy alcohol. Like, I've been carded at the bar before. I get carded when I go to buy weed. But I think that's also because, like, I'm covered up like this. And I do recognize that if the only thing you could see was my eyes, there's a lot of hope in there that older people don't have. Yeah, I didn't think that you were older than about 25. Thank you, yeah. Why does it sound like she's hunting people? I'll fucking find you! How do you find people? With my senses of bloodlust. When I get old, I'm not going to be scared of dying. Like dyeing your hair? Go ahead and dye it, yeah. Write us. Yeah, I find dating apps are totally fine. I've like met some really, really cool people through dating apps. I met this guy. His name is Mr. Touchy Feely because on our first date after meeting on a dating app, he tried to finger me in a dog park. Just throwing that out there. Maybe don't try to finger blast a girl in a dog park on your first date. I will look for you and I will find you. Liam Neeson! Oh my god, even his username! Oh my god! Do you have a special set of skills, Liam Neeson? I love this! Entrepreneurial spirit. Earned the name, definitely earned the name. He definitely earned the name Mr. Touchy Feely. Yeah, he did. Yeah. At least it's a good story. It's a good ongoing story. I yelled at him, actually. He and I broke up. I met him on a dating app. We dated for like about 2.5 months, around 3 months. And then I was like, this relationship is going nowhere. Like, we want really different things in a relationship. So I broke up with him over the phone, which is not the best way of doing it. But to be honest, he is 6 foot 6 inches tall. He had about like 130 to 140 pounds on me. And he was a very touchy person. So I was a little bit scared of breaking up with him face to face, so I did it over the phone. And it didn't take, like, even weeks after I'd broken up with him, he was still like, let me take you out on a date. I was like, what? No! We broke up, but like, you can't take me out on a date. I dumped you. And he's like, that doesn't mean that we can't still hang out. I was like, kind of does. Oh, we need more context. Like, were you guys making out? We were making out. We were at the dog park. There was like benches and tables. And so I was like standing on one of the benches so that we were roughly the same height. And he just reached his hand up my dress. And I was like, oh my God, no. No, like, you should be happy that I'm making out with you in the dog park, but like, you're pushing really hard for like, also we're in a dog park and you've been throwing a ball for my dog with your hands. Like, you're definitely not gonna go straight from ball to puss. Yes, I did give him another chance after the dog park because we had similar interests in books and movies. And also, I don't know, I'm kind of just used to guys being overly touchy. I give off like a really strong sexual energy and some guys can't help themselves. They have to act on it. So I didn't blame him for that, but I did blame him for all the subsequent gropings that happened. Zen, thank you for those bits, man. That's great for you. Thank you. Have a good day, V. You too as well, Image. Have a great day. Okie dokie. I mean, I sometimes give guys too many chances. It's kind of a problem. I've definitely given the wrong guy too many chances for sure. Wow, I think you might have been too forgiving there. But how? Like, how do you balance that out? Because you guys have even said, like, today in this conversation, like, so many girls will miss out on a guy because of like one thing or another. And it's like, so then how many chances do you give a guy? How many do you? And then the difficulty is that men, oh, hey, Yama, sweet baby. Hey, thank you also for those 50 gifted subs earlier today. You are so sweet. You are so sweet, darling. So yeah, on one hand, guys are like, women need to give us more chances. There are so many good guys out there. Why don't women give us more chances? But then on the other side, they're like, whoa, you really like put up with too much garbage from awful guys. And it's like, okay, so do you want us to give you more chances? Or do you want us to be more discerning in our choices? I'm turning off the heat. It depends on how bad the one thing is. Well, yeah. Wait, what was that notification? Oh, those bits. I learned not to give people second chances. What are we talking about? I'd like to participate. I guess, what are full-on deal breakers? Because for me, a guy pushing too much, too fast sexually isn't an immediate deal breaker for me. It's not an immediate deal breaker. You guys are horny. I understand. I'm not going to be mad at you for being horny. So, like, if I have to tell a guy, like, hey, slow down, you're really pushing the sexual stuff, like, kind of fast for me, that's not a deal breaker unless it goes persistently beyond my comfort and beyond my boundaries. Subgifter 69. Yo, he's got the nice number. Oh, thank you for the bits. It's when the trust gets broken, yeah. I don't know, I think it's sus as fuck. Tell me how old you are without telling me how old you are. To try that at a dog park, but I do think that warrants a second chance based on how he takes you rejecting him during the makeout. So it was good. So like number one, that was the third venue that we went on the date. The date that he and I went on was a really good date. We met in a park. We drank. He like brought food and wine for a picnic. I also brought food and wine for a picnic. So we like drank and we ate snacks. We both liked horror movies. So we're like, let's go see a horror movie. It's the Subgifter 69. Are you about to gift 69 subs? So we went to go see Midsommar and we watched Midsommar and it was good. And then he walked me home and we took my dog to the dog park. So like that was the third area of the date and the date was going really, really well. So I don't necessarily really blame him for trying to go further on the first date. But it was indicative of his entire, like, he always wanted more. Like, I could have, 69, how about 100? You're not going to gift 100 subs right now. But that would be wonderful if you did. But like, it's okay. You don't have to. He seemed really nice in other aspects, but he was just like really horny, and that's to be understood. To be understood. If he gets visibly frustrated or aggressive, then I think it's a red flag. Absolutely, yes. The biggest red flag is how do you deal with my boundaries? And if my boundaries seem offensive or unacceptable to you, then that's obviously, we're not going to go any further than that. I think the whole women miss out on a lot of good guys because of one thing is a bit of a fallacy, says Sean. There are lots of guys that throw out a lot of red flags, and the same goes with women as well. It's about compatibility, and if you're not feeling it, then there's no reason for it. I love how Sean writes. I can really hear his voice. Let's start with 10. 10 would be incredible. That'd be great. Guys, I think I got carpal tunnel in my wrist. I did so much driving over the holiday. Like I drove home, I drove like around when I was at home, and like I kind of only just like steer with my like one hand, or I've been jerking people off way too much. Have I been jerking too many people off? Because like my wrist is, I actually noticed it this morning, my wrist is swollen and it really hurts. Like it really, like when I try to like push myself up like this, it hurts, and I feel like I have a weakness to it. How am I supposed to jerk off all these guys if I got a weak wrist? To clarify, more chances for me and only one chance for the losers. Exactly, yeah. I meant kissing a girl at the dog park. Wait, what? Mary Jerkmas. I mean kissing a girl at the dog park has never been a sign of sexiness to me. Oh, well, I mean, yeah. My dog had just been like, you just need to go to the dog park. We were alone in the dog park. It was like 2 a.m. in the dog park. I forgot I have Twitch. Hello, this is a long time. What's up, Fig Zeros? How's it going? Mary Jerkmas. You've been gaming a lot, too, at the end of the year. I may or may not have downloaded all of the Lego Harry Potter games and started playing my way through the first one and will play my way through all the subsequent games. Have you played any of the Lego video games? They're incredible. Every Lego video game is so fucking fun. It's an incredible adaptation of the source material always. They're like fun and clever. I love them. I love the Lego games. Oh, they're right up my alley. I don't think I actually played more. I don't actually think that like I played more video games in the past couple weeks than I do normally, but I did do a lot of driving, and I think that's why my wrist is fucked up. There are Lego Harry Potter things. Finally a good Harry Potter game. They're really good. Hey, Leon Thomas. Happy New Year as well. I played 2 of the Lego games, some Lego Knights game and some Lego Harry Potter one. It's been ages ago. I wasn't a fan of the pace for some reason. It's very stop and go. It's like you blast through some levels and then it's like, oh, you missed out on a bunch of completion elements of this level that seemed overly easy. And then other parts you're stuck for so long the only solution would be Googling it. There's a lot of that. Oh, I only have one ball. Hi, I only have one ball. Happy New Year. I fucked up my right wrist gaming for sure. I didn't even know they were a thing. They're super fun. The Lego Harry Potter games are so fun. We should play them. You should watch me play them, or you should play them. They're on Switch, so you could play them too. I'm the only ball? No, I only have one ball. What is your take on dudes not making the first move? I don't know if you talked about that already, but is the turnoff for you if he's not really initiator? I actually really love that. I really love when I can tell that a man is interested in me, but he gives me the space to come to him, because truly nothing makes me feel sexier than like slowly enveloping a guy. Like when I get to be the one to be like, oh my god, like you're gonna let me like touch you and you're gonna let me kiss you and you're gonna let me like I love having that permission and that space to do it. It makes me feel like I'm more in control. They're everywhere, Abdullah. Yeah, the Lego games, I think you could play them on PlayStation, you can play them on PC, I'm pretty sure you can play them on Switch. And there's something about having control in that dynamic too. I mean, you're giving me the opportunity to surprise you with dick sucking or with touches and caresses, an insertion perhaps. You're giving me the opportunity to surprise you, and I appreciate that so much, yeah. Also, because sometimes, most of the time, when guys go do sexy things for me, I don't want to be surprised. But you guys love being surprised, please. Oh, my poor wrist. Surprise! Oh my god, that's a lot of bits. Thank you, Nevermind. Thank you. It's a wide variety of things. Bring back the time that woman dropped that handkerchief. Just dropping it so that a man notices that you're into it. Surprises keep things fresh. And I've very rarely been like pleasantly surprised by guys doing things to me. I've mostly just been like, get out of there. That's not for you. But I love surprising guys. I love surprising guys. I want to surprise you guys. I want you to be surprised. Pleasantly surprised. But how about licking the girl? I wish guys did more oral sex. I wish guys were just like more excited about eating pussy. I've talked with people who have sucked dick and eaten pussy. I think you'd be surprised which one's easier and which one's harder. Not gonna lie, I have a hard time getting out of my shell towards others, so the girl will probably have to be the first one to make the move for me. That's okay. There's lots of women who would find that very attractive. Unpopular opinion, I play Cyberpunk 2077, I think it's very good. That's okay. You're allowed to enjoy the things that you enjoy. I'm pleasantly surprised at least once every stream. Nice. That's good. That's good. Oh yes, and sorry, please only speak in English. Sorry guys, it's just like, I can only read in English, so yeah. I'm not excited about licking girls even though I like them so much. I wish you were. I just wish you were more excited, but that's okay. It's just a wish. What's your favorite book? Speaker for the Dead by Orson Scott Card. It's the sequel to Ender's Game. I stick to romantic but not necessarily sexual surprises. Breakfast in bed, trips to her favorite band. Oh, tickets, sorry, to her favorite band. Wait, there are guys that are really not into oral? For sure, that guy that I was just talking about, Mr. Touchy-Feely. He and I dated for almost 3 months, and in that time, he never once performed any oral sex on me. He just didn't. It's okay. Some people don't like doing it, and that's totally fine. But I dumped his ass. That's okay. He's not a bad person. It's kind of a deal breaker, though. Especially because his expectation was that I basically never stopped sucking his dick. And, like, for sure, everyone likes getting their bits twiddled. But, like, if your expectation is that I never stop sucking your dick, but you're never going to go down on me once, the relationship is over. Okay, bye. Oh my god. There's just no way. It'd be strange if I'd want to wash it all down there and then before we're gonna... No, because I also want your dick to be as clean as possible when I suck it. Absolutely. So there's no problem being like, well, I would want to go down on a girl, but like, I would want her to be as clean as possible. Totally fine. Absolutely. I actually don't want to get eaten out after I've been like sitting on a bus for 12 hours. I'm sorry, but someone turned down the chance to be crushed by... someone turned down the chance to be crushed by those thighs? Insanity, right? Put your face between these and let me wreck your life. I mean, I don't really have contact with girls. I feel like giving my heart to the devil. You should start a podcast. It's kind of what this is. I do think that penetration is kind of overrated, and oral ends up being more pleasant for both parties. I think that, like, vaginally penetrative sex can be incredibly satisfying. It can be absolutely wonderful and great, just like eating chocolate cake is delicious and fine. But when you put icing on it, it's obviously better. It just all works much better together if you ice the cake. You could just eat dry ass cake and it's still yummy. You can have dry ass sex and it'll still be great. But please, ice the cake. Please. Death by Snoo Snoo, Futurama, Season 3, Episode 5. One of the best ones. Do you know how hard it is to be a fembot in a man-bot's man-puter world? What? How dry is that sex, though? Swallowing is healthy? I remember being poor. Mostly because I am now. And if you can get free protein, you're going to get it no matter where you can get it from. No cunnilingus, no fellatio, grounds for dismissal. Debatable. Dry cake is bad. Nah. No, it's fine. A dry cake is basically you're talking about, like, a cupcake or a muffin, right? Like, it's fine. Muffins are fine. Muffins are delicious. Is this eating dry ass a new sex thing everyone is doing now? Flying Ratman, nobody's having sex. Nobody is having sex. You think people are having sex? We're going down to lock. We're getting into our 3rd year of a pandemic. Nobody is having sex. But I can't buy a nice girl. I can only buy the damn chocolate cake and the ice cream. That's the first step to getting a nice girl. A dry muffin, way worse than dry cake. Nobody likes fruit cake. Wait, what did I come into? Eating dry ass? It's 2022, we've evolved beyond sex. It's true, except for couples. No! Even couples are probably having less sex. Red velvet, my personal favorite, is dried compared to carrot cake. It's on topic, trust it. I almost had sex once. Hard to find anyone who has the energy to meet strangers, so no sex. Nobody? What is sex? Are we talking about space muffins or normal ass muffins? We could talk about both. I was rewatching Betty White's SNL hosted episode and it was amazing. Yeah, COVID's taking over again. I think it's overrated because depending on your partner, you may be more worried about duration and less about enjoying. People tend to have a misconception about how much it should last. Sure, yeah, I don't think you're wrong at all. I can't find any fault with what you said. It's a very individual thing. Still thinking about those cold, lonely nights. Speaker for the Dead, is that the one with the pigs and the trees? It is, yeah, it's Pequeninos and the father trees. I love it. I love it so much. All the pretty girls are still getting some. The rest of us not so much. Wait a minute. Does that mean that I'm not a pretty girl? That's not true. I literally spent all weekend with him, like, grinding his erection into my butt. I hope he's not watching right now and listening to me talk about him grinding his erection into my butt. But to be fair, I do grind my butt into his erection pretty often. It's my go-to move. Just put my butt on people and wiggle. And then I'm like, oh, everything you were saying or doing before is meaningless because my butt's wiggling on you? Funny how that works. Like the asshole that I am. Ian, are you saying I'm not a pretty girl? Yeah, Flying Ratman's actually probably the prettiest girl. I'm just trying to find a woman that I can smoke weed with, watch movies with, and fool around with. You just described every facet of my relationship. That's it. That's it. Right there. That's all it is. Smoke weed, watch movie, touch butt. Welcome to dating. Answer a text message every once in a while. I feel very bad for being a nice guy. Am I too kind or something like that? I got dumped and my head cracked like my heart. What does being a nice guy mean? The butt wiggle in the middle of the night is the worst tease, and then she says, I just want to cuddle. Yeah. Guy bros, these women know our weaknesses. I don't feel so good. It's okay, you guys know our weaknesses as well. Sounds great. Where do I sign up? I don't know, like, write, I want pussy on your face? Maybe we just need to be, like, told more. Oh, you got Tiger. Oh my gosh, Tiger. Yay. Tiger's one of her favorite toys. Yeah, be more transparent, Ian. I really don't know how to meet people. I think a problem that I have in dating is that I am always very excited to learn new things about the person that I'm dating, and also to have those new things that I learn about them become part of me as well. Every person that I've dated, I hope that I've taken the good things that I loved about them and incorporated them into myself. And I love that. But I can also see how that builds up in your mind, the idea of like who the, oh, Welly, hey Welly, welcome back for more. Thank you, thank you. So sometimes I worry that like, am I who I am, or am I a conglomeration of wants and desires of the people around me? These are like autistic questions about masking, and less about like, do I need to do something different in my relationships, I think. The guy who treats a girl like she's the princess or queen he can talk with, and he would do anything to make her like him. That is the definition of a nice guy, and that's a really bad way of being. You're kind of describing what I'm talking about, but from the male perspective, and it's a bad way to be. Listen to me when I tell you, it's a bad way to be. Yeah. It's not about being a good or a bad guy, it's about becoming their fantasy. Every woman is different to what that is. I also gonna disagree with that. I'm gonna absolutely disagree with that. In my experience, which is anecdotal, of course, I'm not every woman on the planet, and there are women who would disagree with me. But exactly what Sean is saying, you need to treat your partner and your romantic interest as a human being with wants and needs and desires, and the realistic understanding that you're not going to be their dream come true. That's an unrealistic idea for what a healthy relationship is. I think it might be like a misconception that women want a Prince Charming to ride in and solve all their problems. I mean, all of my problems were not created by one man. It would be impossible to expect that all of my problems can be solved by one man. And maybe that's a good lesson for guys to remember too. Like, all of your problems are not created by one woman, and all of your problems are not going to be solved by one woman. I don't know, guys. It's the longer we like drag on into like the third year of the pandemic, like this is probably like the 25th year of extreme climate change that we're really recognizing. It makes everything more complicated. But the good thing about it is that we're more interconnected than ever. So like, I don't have to worry about this myself. I can talk to you guys about it, and then bits of that worry are no longer trapped in my heart and in my head. I'm sharing it with the people who support me, so you guys can help me worry about it too. Guys, my ride is here. I have to go. Yeah, I gotta go. My ride is here. I also think it needs to be said that compatibility is not perfect. Compatibility is the ability to work together and be good for each other. It does not mean that you fit together perfectly without any effort, growth, or change. Exactly, yeah. Oh, I thought that was me. Nah, it's me. Who is streaming right now? Is JJ streaming? Is Vixie streaming? Vixie was here a moment ago. Is Toki streaming? Who shall we raid today? Who shall be gathering all of my friends? It's Toki turn. I love Toki. What color is her hair right now? What color is Toki's hair? Blonde! Blonde? Blonde hair. You guys, go enjoy Toki time, okay, friends? I will see you guys tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna do tomorrow. We might, like, read a book. Do you get, like, we could, like, read a book tomorrow, or we could play video games tomorrow? I don't know. No one cares about what color Toki's hair is? I'm nobody. Nobody here. I guess we can, like, figure it out. Oh, and friends, Discord friends who are in chat right now, I'll be on Discord with you tonight, Discord friends, so we can have some fun Discord times. I care about what color Toki's hair is. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Have a great day. We'll see you tomorrow.